Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the SCO 24 hours of Spa. We've had a little bit of a commentator change here in the commentary booth here on RaceSpotTV. It's myself, Connery Manic, joined by the one, the only, David Haynes for this portion of the broadcast. We'll get a few more commentators on a little bit later on as well. So our onboard laps were ruined slightly there, David, by the fact that Mac Backham decided to bring that car down on towards the pit lane for the Lego Technic Esports car for yet another scheduled stop. So there's going to be quite a few of them over the course of this race. Let me tell you that we are, like Sumal said, a quarter of the way through at this point. And we do have something special for you coming up here. We have a bit of a highlight reel of what happened in the first couple of portions of this race. Take a look.
We are racing for the VRS SCO 24 hours of Spa, and already there's almost 4 wide in the background. Meanwhile, out front, the two teammates trying to get themselves single file, but look, Maximilian Benecke is menacingly in the rearview mirrors, and that second MSI Ferrari trying to make some headway as well. Down the Camel Straight, we will fly, and here comes the move from that Ferrari. They are side by side in front of the Urano Esports Audi. As look at this, Benecke tries to split the difference, nothing doing there. The teammates will still continue to be side by side, but look at MSI, full of confidence, and Benecke down to 4th position.
Speaking of how raceable they are going to be trying to take 2nd position right now from Lego Technic Esports. Look at that straight line speed, might even be able to take the lead as well from VRS. Coanda has gone alongside and into 2nd position, but that speed.
Down the Camel Straight, that Ferrari, look at the grunt MSI, they're trying to rob the Technic car of 3rd position. It is now Ferrari 1 and 3. Coanda has some work to do. Here comes the drop, down the Camel Straight. Rogers, I think, is already on the brakes just to let MSI through. And there goes the 47, now challenging for the race lead. Alejandro Sanchez wants the race lead, and Benecke is happy to concede it to him. The Spaniards are out front. The Spaniards are now in control.
Trading is it to do that sort of fuel saving when you know that there's so much time you can get from the car, as Urano send it down the inside right here. And Buhon, Core Sim Racing might go up there, pull a sneaky and get both positions at one time. Wheeler Racing Team Urano's defend. Urano have to go to the inside line, and so they do with some confidence. Core Sim Racing is coming, they make contact, and Wheeler have lost 2 in 1.
The BS competition is bad delivery!
What?
That's a big one.
That's a big one. That's one of your leading contenders. That's the Coanda 92 Lego Technic car involved in a...
Well then. A couple of bits of drama in the early portions of this one. Maybe a little bit too much excitement for the start of a 24-hour race, and some of that excitement came, about 15 to 20 minutes ago with the problems with the Lego Technic Racing associated Coanda machine, and they obviously they had that instant there, put them back a position or two, and of course they have damage to be concerned about as well. We were on board with them for a couple of moments before they decided to head their way down on towards the pit lane, David, but not the ideal thing to have happen when we're about a quarter of the way through. But the thing is, they have plenty of time to recover.
Yep, and I was watching earlier, and now I feel extra up to speed having seen that beautiful little highlights package, and it shows that right about now we are really getting into the full effect of the darkness and the sunset. Even just 30 minutes ago there was still a lot of light in the sky, and now it is all about the headlights around Spa at night.
Yeah, it is that the conditions are just going to get more and more, difficult out there as the sun goes down and the headlights become the predominant feature of the racing here today. We have another little pit stop phase going on at the moment as we're seeing Apex Racing Team decide to head their way down and in, and soon they'll be able to get to their pit box in their Lamborghini Huracan and get their service done. But the state of the race as it is, you would have hoped that things would start to just sort of calm down a little bit. But from the end of the stream that I watched just before we went live here, anything but. I think these guys are just wanting to try and fight for every single hour of the 24.
Yeah, well, I don't want it to be too boring for this next 6 hours or so, Connery. I'd like to see, you know, some packs and some battles and some strategy intrigue, but I don't think we're going to get that much in the way of strategy here, owing to just about everyone deciding to double stint now that the track is down to 23 Celsius. So still busy on pit lane, and of course, it's mentioned ad nauseum here for the Spa 24 layout that it is a mighty, mighty long pit lane. So we are seeing some of these teams are sort of aiming at, you know, 24 1-hour stints, and there's some of them that I think are really angling, trying to cut out a pit stop across the 24 hours. I see teams that are trying to hit those 27-lap stints, like Team Redline Blue are doing at the lead, like Apex Racing Team in that Lamborghini. I don't think started out doing, but have fallen into that pattern now, and might have realised how important it's going to be and how costly a 1-minute splash and dash is around here, because well, a splash it might be, but a dash it is not through this pit lane.
Yeah, that's probably the best way I could have ever imagined to describe the pit lane here at the Endurance Pits of Spa. It is a very, very long wait coming down the pit lane into your pit box, especially if you're one of the front ones. It takes a good while for you to be able to get into the position where you can get your service done, and well, this is why things like drive-through penalties in particular are particularly potent here at Spa, because you are just losing all that time. You're on the order of about, what, 40, 50 seconds just driving down the pit lane, even bordering on a minute.
Oh, it's a whole minute. Yeah. It's a whole minute, Connery.
Well, I was going to say, like, the lane time is technically a minute, but they're not stationary on pit lane for a minute, are they? So it's like it's around about that sort of time that's lost when you also consider the fact that they do have a speed limit to keep to. But yeah, it is a very, very long time, and that's why these drivers have been hoping that they've been able to avoid the wrath of the stewards over the course of this one, because those punishments are so much more than it would be on a normal race.
It's actually I love these round numbers in the design of Spa, though. It's a 60km/h speed limit that is exactly 1,000 meters from cone to cone. So at the pit lane speed limit, it is exactly a minute from cone to cone without pit service. It's all perfectly nice even numbers there. What we do have going on with the live race control, though, is I think sometimes they're adding 10, 15-second penalties to when the teams will take their next pit stop. So you might have to be quite naughty to get a whole drive-through penalty here, but definitely the stewards have handed out some penalties already in the first 6 hours. Most of them look like just an extra 15 seconds to go on after the pit service.
Yeah, it does look like those have been the calls from the stewards instead of being too harsh and bringing them down in once again. Couple more drivers on towards the pit lane. Yeah, it could.
With the 200 incident limit for the 24 hours. That's more generous than some other Spa 24 hours, but still, track limits. You could get yourself a minute penalty, drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits if you weren't careful.
Yeah, here's Jeff Giassi getting himself his pit stop service done for that Team Redline number 72 car. So still waiting for that fuel to go in. Looks like full pit stop service for Team Redline Blue. And this was a little bit of a discussion, it seems, in the first parts of the race, where some teams were not going for the double stint strategies. And it's sort of similar to what we saw in the iRacing Spa 24 as well, where the double stint strategy, especially during the daytime, was something that a lot of teams avoided. But now, maybe the attitude changes slightly, just like it did at the iRacing Spa 24, where in the nighttime hours, when the track has cooled off a little bit, you'll see a lot more teams decide, okay, I want to come down in and get myself a fresh set of boots.
And I wonder what effect the event-specific balance of performance here also has on some of that strategy, because there's a few cars that have just, 1 or 2% of their fuel tank reduced. Quite a few of the cars a little bit more restrictor, because that of course means it's easier to level the playing field if you bring everyone sort of down a notch. And then there's of course the BMW carrying 35 kilograms. I wonder to what extent some of these horsepower, weight, fuel consumption differences all might just tip the scales on, on what the tyre wear is like, what the performance is like, and how much there is to be gained by going flat out on track versus conserving and trying to save time on pit lane.
Yeah, that's the ever-present question for a lot of these teams with regards to the strategy. Of course, like you said, it can be in some ways different to what they experienced just that single week ago, and the adaptability really and the preparation really does come into these things quite a bit here. So we'll see what the trend is, at least over the next couple of hours into the nighttime here, because that track temperature is just going to continue to creep downwards. It's done most of its creeping downwards already. We are only a couple of degrees separated from the air temperature here in this one at the moment. So not too long before we get to our absolute lowest track temperature. We did see a couple of drivers and teams go for double stints, or at least no tyres on that last stop. That's involved Team Redline number 71. We had MSI Esports number 47 also decides that they did not want to take any tyres. Same with Altus Esports 43. P1 Esports there down in P12 also did not decide to take the tyres. And apart from MB Racing Esports down in P19, everyone else on that stint actually decided that they want some fresh rubber. So for the moment, the double stints still, well, at least in this particular pit stop phase, not popular, but of course, there's a sort of cycle going on there with regards to who takes the tyres and when.
Yeah, I still think a lot of those other teams that we saw just take tyres and come to the end of a double stint. Of course, as we continue through the hours, we keep our eyes on when and how that happens. Right now, definitely some of the fastest conditions that the track is going to have, though, might still pull up a little more. Visibility is still just a little bit extra in the air right now. The track is rubbering in places to grip up, but not to be really dirty or have too much laid down. So see which direction the average lap times go, particularly some of those teams out there looking at 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th that are all on brand new tyres, 1, 2 or 3 laps in on them. And that is prime opportunity to lay in some quick laps.
It really is. So yeah, this is kind of when we expect those faster times to start to come to fruition. We'll of course, due to a new feature of our overlay, we will be able to see the fastest laps of the races come in at the very top of your screen. You can see that currently the VRS Grinder Sim Sports number 91 car has the fastest lap at the moment. That car piloted by Jeremy Bouteloup at the moment. There he is out there all on his lonesome at the moment, and focusing on his laps. You can see the brake discs glowing as he heads his way through the bus stop. There's still some remnants of light in the air here, David, but it won't be too long before we're in the full pitch blackness that Spa tends to provide in the night.
Exactly. Bouteloup just did 2:18.1. Behind him they're doing 17.9s. It's all very, very equal. And he's got 7 seconds clear of the little battle going on between LEGO Technic Esports and Apex Racing Team. Apex Racing Team have been trying to do 27 lap stints on their most recent stints. Now that they are, as you can see on the overlay, about 6/10 off LEGO Technic 92 in 5th. That slipstream is also really going to help them save a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, it is. And every little helps when it comes to the races at the moment. It's it's not just the little specific situations by themselves. Sometimes it's how that fits into the bigger picture. And a bit of fuel saved here and there. If you do that, just little bits here and there for another couple of hours, that really does add up in the end. So then you're in a little bit of a better spot than you were previously. But as you quite helpfully point out to me, David, in the little chat that we have here, there is a battle sort of brewing between for P5 between the LEGO Technic Esports team and the Apex Racing team here. Of course, the LEGO car getting into a little bit of trouble around about half an hour ago, I would say, and still doesn't seem to be too on the pace. I would say Apex Racing team have been doing pretty well in terms of trying to close up this gap, and of course, we'll see. Have to see if this is an extended trend over the course of again another stint or two for LEGO Technic Esports, but it starts to get a little bit worrying.
Yeah, the last lap 17.9 without any slipstream is not too bad at all, though. So It's even better for Apex Racing behind because they are at the perfect distance to not be impeded at all, to be able to run their own lines and have good visibility, but always down the Camel Straight and these other straights, picking up just a little bit of slipstream. Hence, they've closed this in 2 or 3 tenths on this lap, probably the same on the next lap. Luke and Charlie Collins driving the car out front. I think both have only recently got in, so might be still just settling in to the current conditions and acclimatizing the car and the state of the track.
Yeah, it's always changing, is that the track conditions, not just because of the day-night transitions, but of course, as this race goes on, more rubber will be laid down, more debris will get shoved off on towards the outside there. But we do have a pit stop in effect for Williams Esports' Josh Thompson at the moment. So that is the number 25 Williams Esports car coming down and in. And it seems like my little scoring, live timing and scoring at the moment is a little bugged because it's not showing me his stop time, but we will just continue on and hope that this is scheduled and everything is fine for Josh.
I think so. I'm seeing that 2 stints ago they had 28 laps to a stint, which is very, very soft pedaling for Williams Esports, and then 27 on the previous, 26 and now 27 on this. So they're one of the teams that have gone even longer than anyone else. See how that goes in the long term, and in the long run, they're going to rejoin the track up that very difficult and unique pit exit.
Yeah, we will just have a look and see here in just a couple of moments. There they are, coming off of pit lane, and down the Camel Straight they come. In, again, a little bit of clear air. They got their traffic behind them, but that's not too big of an issue. So clear, well, the way is clear for Mr. Josh Thompson at the moment. Continuing on with a decent, I would say decent run of form here in this event. Williams Esports haven't done too badly here, considering, well, they're keeping themselves inside of the top 10 at the moment. And I think Sumil touched on this before we went to this stream. It's a topic that I really wanted to bring up, but of course, the fact that Williams Esports as an entity has invested quite a bit of dollar into the esports program that they have here. So it's not just the events that they run, but of course their esports team as well, to the tune of a couple of £1 million, which is crazy money, David, in a scene such as ours where we thought a couple of tens of thousands was a lot of money.
I know, right? It's time for both of us to brush up our resumes a little bit and maybe dust off the old wheel. Let's see what specific things end up transpiring from that, which drivers may end up becoming Williams drivers, what other partnerships and etc. that are going to end up in that, exactly where that amount of money goes, what they do with it and what they try to achieve, and how they're going to, Toyota learned in F1 you can throw a lot of money in a hole, and you need to be putting that money to the right things to actually get the results you're after as well.
Yeah, you really, really do. And, well, it's great to see this sort of investment here in esports, well, not in esports, it's been going on in esports for a very long time, but in sim racing in particular, with the millions coming in rather than the tens or hundreds of thousands. It's pretty crazy. At least as far as I'm concerned, sim racing does go from strength to strength, it seems. And the future is still bright. We got a little bit of a boost due to the current world situation, because real life racing just couldn't go on for a period of time here in the real world. So that's where sim racing took center stage. But I was always afraid, David, that sim racing would then, once real life racing started to come back and everyone started to pay more attention to that again, that sim racing would just be driven, as a go back to the shadows, so to speak. But I'm quite thankful that, in a way, it hasn't.
I don't think I was ever particularly worried about it just, being 2020's flavour of the week. I thought the underlying, competition and enjoyment and passion of sim racing that I've had for, years and years and years now. I thought, if people got, exposed to it, that it was going to stick with them too, even in, a world that has real racing as well. I think, for more than a decade, iRacing existed alongside real-world racing and continued to grow. It just so happened that it had a brief little growth spurt, but then there's no gigantic change after that. I would say that iRacing and sim racing would fall to the wayside, so I don't think I was ever nervous about that.
Maybe you're just a little bit more optimistic than I am, and I think that goes for life in general, and not just specific to this. But yeah, of course, it's it's seeing the development over the years, and especially during the course of 2020. I kind of realised that this too shall pass in a way. It's you can't always rely on things being as good or even as bad as they are. Things do tend to change in life, but yeah, I'm glad that the interest has definitely stuck around. Maybe not so much, because there aren't as many real-life drivers racing, because it's the only thing they can do. But I like to see the interest in these series continue to increase, continue to give us an excuse to see them increasing as well, because there's been some fantastic racing in series such as this one. So again, I'm optimistic about the future sim racing in that respect. But back to the racing then. Current order, Team Redline, 71 at the front of things. There they are. This is the point in the race, David, where it gets slightly tricky to tell which car is which, because the liveries, unless they have headlights directly behind them, illuminating them, then the liveries aren't really that useful. But what is useful is the numbers in the bottom left of the windshield as we face onto these cars, shows the positions in which the cars are, and that's the Team Redline red car that's currently leading at this one. And what a past couple of months, I guess, or past even an entire year it is for Team Redline, because they've been causing a little bit of a bit of a storm with regards to endurance racing on iRacing, with the amazing results that they have had.
No doubt, you'd say one of the favourites coming into this race as well, but them alongside Coanda as well. That was always going to be a little bit of a tussle, and it is going to be a little bit of a tussle. And it's also great to have MSI Esports in second, who led a lot of laps early as well, and they're really in this fight as well. Several different teams, all with a slice of the pie. Yes, sure, a hand on the trophy, whatever you want to think of it. Traffic's starting to become a little more important for Jonas Vollmeyer at the moment, though. One of the other things that's good about this event, VRS SCO 24 Hours of Spa, is that the diversity of the manufacturers, not just in the grid overall, but also in the top 10 or so. Sure, it's tough to spot some of the liveries, but even at night, it can be easier to spot the outline of the car and the location of the different headlights. We've got Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, Mercedes, etc., all up in the top there as well.
Yeah, so you can see Jonas Vollmeyer currently piloting his number 71 car. The look of focus, I was going to say, with the weird lip movements there, but yeah, it is sometimes pretty difficult actually to keep yourself focused out there, especially as the racetrack does get darker and darker. It's the human brain just kind of thinks, oh, it's getting darker and darker in the real world. It's starting to be bedtime, and starts sending you to sleep, which can be a pretty tricky thing to try and overcome.
It is funny, you can spend a lot of time behind the wheel in this race like this, and as you in the sim watch the sunset, it does the same things in your brain that the real sunset does. It's like, oh yep, okay, right here's time to go to bed. No, not just yet. It's amazing that you find yourself entirely mentally immersed in what's going on in the sim, what's going on in virtual Spa-Francorchamps, that it takes over enough of your brain that it ends up doing the same stuff. Going to catch, putting the slipstream up there. 4th and 5th though, it has been good pace from that LEGO Technic Esports, because it's still holding Apex Racing Team, if anything, a little further behind.
The holding station now, there was a period after the race that we were slightly worried about if they were able to keep up the pace of everyone else, but after coming down on towards the pit lane, getting maybe a little bit of damage repaired, it seems like that Lego Technic car is not severely hurt in any way. So I'm seeing, you know, their last lap time being a 2:17.8. That seems to be about on pace with the cars around them. So pretty good going for Charlie Collins here at the moment. But again, they always have to be conscious of the fact that they have that Apex Racing Team number 98 car still bearing down on them, not actively going for any moves. They're simply too far back to be able to do that. But sometimes there is a bit of pause for thought from the driver ahead when they see those headlights in the wing mirrors.
It'll be interesting to watch across this stint into the next one. Which make of car holds onto the tyres a little bit better, because that's the most difficult thing to even out, is you can equalise one lap pace. You can equalise single stint pace, but then there's always going to be some difference in the weight distribution and how the balance changes once you get, you know, towards 2 hours on the one set of tyres, and that's when one model might have just a little bit of an advantage, or even one setup might have a little bit of an advantage. They're still early on fresh tyres between these two cars, but it might be the case that either the Lamborghini fades away a little bit or comes on strong.
Well, there's a little bit of discussion in the first portion of the broadcast that the Kwanzaa Porsches in particular, or kind of associate Porsches in particular, because I know it's a Lego Technic Esports team car, but it's really Kwanzaa, that is just a rebranding. But they were chewing up the tyres, apparently, at least from what I heard from listening into Sumel. So, and Stefan, of course. But we'll have to see if that is a trend that is continuing into the darkness here. Again, maybe slightly lower track temperatures will help that Porsche out a little bit with its tyres, but you know, there's still a lot of untold stories here in this race. We are nowhere near the halfway point at this stage, so still plenty of time to have these things develop. And sometimes when you make a strategy call, David, you don't really sort of see the results of it until the very end. You're never entirely sure where you're going to be until, well, it's done.
Yeah, all the 27, 28 lap stinting cars, all the ones doing, you know, the big fuel saving, they're all planning on making all of their gains in the last hour of the 24-hour race. That's what they're doing. They're hoping that they'll push all of their rivals in having to stop with 20 minutes to go, and then boom, they'll leapfrog them, manage to stay out there to the checkered flag, and it's almost a form of goal hanging or something to try to just, you know, do this 22 instead of 23 stop race. And it's a strategy they kind of got to commit to at the very start and go, okay guys, well, in 23 and a half hours time, we're going to look really clever for this effort.
Yeah, if it's a strategy call from me, then it's not looking clever, it's looking like a bit of a fool. But let's hope none of these teams look like fools at the end of this one. That would be certainly disappointing. But yeah, it's you know, we can have a look on board here with the Apex Racing Team Lamborghini as they continue on that hunt to try and lock onto the back of the Lego Technic car. We can even get a little bit of a view there of Jamie Fluke as he's wheeling that car around for the moment. And well, again, laser focused. It's so tough to be so focused and so on the ball.
Spar in the background there.
Hang on, let me have a look. Nah, I don't think so. That is unfortunate. Maybe it's being blocked by his chair on his head there. I'm not sure.
I've driven one of those.
Yeah, but for Jamie at least, you know, it feels like it should feel like a regular stint for him, even though he does have a car that he is chasing down at the moment. It's not so much, you know, a big pressing issue at the moment, because it's, you know, we're 17 on the quarter hour from the end. You know, it's not a pressing issue to try and get past this car. It would be nice, don't get me wrong. It would be pretty good for the track position as well if Jamie really thinks he is that little bit faster than the Lego Technic car. But in the end, it's going to be a well, even if there is a bit of side-by-side moment between them, I don't think it's going to be particularly vicious.
I'd just be working to try to stay in that slipstream, trying to stay, 0.6, 0.5 of a second back. I'd be trying to just close it up a car length or so, but then obviously early in the stint, aim for fuel, then at that point you could just ease it back a little bit, just stay in the slipstream and then not have to push too hard on the tyres, and also be able to hit the fuel number a little easier. It's obvious that almost every team out here is aiming for a particular fuel consumption. Everyone is saving something. It's just a matter of, is it they lift out 20 meters at the end of the Kemmel Straight a couple laps, or are they really aiming every single braking zone to roll into the corners, carry the momentum, and just reduce their throttle time across the 7 or so kilometers that is the circuit.
Yeah, it is all about the long game in these endurance races. It's a different kind of racing. Some people don't enjoy it, some people don't enjoy it. It's maybe a little bit of an acquired taste for some people, but it's less about the direct duels out there on track. It's about, one, getting to the checkered flag, because sometimes that in and of itself is an achievement. But two, it is obviously, again, about the strategies and traffic management. Those are the main sort of things that you look to talk about and look to, the teams look to try and come out on top of everyone else on, are those two elements. But maybe that latter one, the traffic management, not as big of an issue at Spa as at some other circuits, David. It's a pretty wide open circuit as far as trying to squeeze past people. Of course, there are trouble spots, for example, through the Fonya and into the Stavelos. That's when you can get caught behind some slow bits of slower traffic and things like that. But again, it's not a track that's conducive to big backlogs. And also, remember, everyone's in the same class, so there's not a huge speed differential between
that's what
the
makes it
fastest
worse.
drivers and slowers.
I think everything you said about the track is correct, but the fact that everyone's in a GT3 is what makes the traffic difficult. Because if you're driving a prototype, every car you catch is 10 seconds a lap slower than you. If you're the GT3 leader in an all GT3 race, particularly one like this, every car you catch is half a second a lap slower than you. It becomes more difficult to get around them without, if you're driving a prototype, you might say, oh, darn it, I can't get past them. I've got to wait one corner and then I'll get past them. Whereas at half a second a lap speed difference, you might get caught behind them 10 corners. It actually has a bigger effect on reducing your pace, that theirs is so similar to yours. You get caught in the interference.
I definitely see your point there, but we'll have to see if anything like that becomes a bigger issue for a couple of the drivers and the teams out there. I know we've been watching this battle for a good while, the LEGO Technic and Apex Racing team, little, not so much scrap at the moment, but keeping each other honest is what I'll say at this point as they head their way through Blanchimont. Apex have been able to close that gap in from what was about a second back down to 6-7 tenths of a second. So they're continuing to make steady progress here. Whether or not once they get in the position to pass, whether they'll commit to it or not, that will be a different issue. Or they might just decide to sit in behind and play the field numbers game instead. So we'll have to wait and see as far as what they decide. There's another little close moment between a couple of other cars further down the order. That's the battle for P50 between Arnage Competition and Pure Sims Esports. There's only 7 tenths of a second between those two cars for P15, and everyone else is about above a second away from everyone else. So it's so the other close battle I would guess is the P23 battle between Core Sim Racing and Porsche Sports. But the main battles that we are at least witnessing at the moment is the P4 battle and of course P15 battle at the moment. But those can and sometimes do change rather quickly, especially given that we've seen a couple of incidents already.
And the other number that I'm just keeping my eye on for the next half an hour or so is the gap between second and third, where Coand at 91 on their newer tyres should be catching MSI Esports Blue, but the reality is it's not quite happening just yet. They're only 2/10 faster, considering that they've got, 25/7, hundreds of kilometers newer tyres.
Yeah.
175.
Yeah, quick maths isn't our strength here on RaceSpotTV, so I mean, I can't call you out for anything like that.
My brain and my mouth can't work at the same time. I have to stop talking to think about it to actually be able to crunch the numbers. I'm
So that's where I'm going wrong, because I keep talking even though I'm trying to think about something I don't know about. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong. But yeah, it's something I'll
consult your
have to work
doctor if
on.
talking is right for you.
Indeed. But coming up to 17 hours to go, we are, during the course of this particular stint, of course, we will get to the halfway stage, and then we'll have another little change in commentators. I'll only be able to commentate for another 2.5 hours because I live with people and they want to get sleep, apparently. Can you believe that, David? People want to sleep.
You better fix that at some point.
Careful, Apex. I just saw them come into and out of existence there, so hopefully things are relatively stable for Mr. Fluke. Continuing to at least be in the wing mirrors of the LEGO Technic Esports team here at the moment, and we'll see how this one develops over the course of this stint, because we've still got a decent amount of time before these guys decide to head their way down and in. We're about, I'll say, probably halfway through the stints at the moment, and of course they don't separate out too much here in a single class event in particular, especially one that's as fuel limited as Spa is, so you don't have too much leeway with regards to going one more or going two more or going three more. It's such a long lap. You're only just about able to manage one or two more if you're really pushing it in terms of the fuel. Having a look back, Porsche Sport being closed in on actually. I think Porsche Sport made a mistake, because I swear they were about a second behind Core Sim Racing, and now they are.
Last lap was well off. 2:19.6 really is about 2 seconds off pace they ought to be doing on new tyres at the minute. So
as a result of something that might have happened on the previous lap, the ASR Esports have been able to close that gap down to just over half a second between P24 and 25. So maybe a little bit of a high mouth moment for Porsche Sport. We'll just have to maybe try and have a look and see exactly what happened there for Porsche Sport. But again, it's those little mistakes, if it is a mistake, that really do add up over the course of an entire 24 hours. If you make a 2 seconds worth of mistake every single stint, then that is going to be a whole bunch of time, over half a minute by the end of the race, that you've lost because of just a single mistake every stint.
You can see closed up to 3 car lengths now. No difference in tyres between Porsche and the BMW. Well, Porsche's 9 laps in, BMW's 13 laps in.
So let's have a look on board with the ASR car. Andrew Caron behind the wheel of this particular BMW, down in P25, continuing to try and make some good progress, and reeling in that Porsche Sport car, and soon they might be able to squeak their way through. Maybe not this time down in towards the Coulomb, although they do have a decent run here, and they actually do look to the inside to be able to get that pass complete, and ASR have been able to squeak through. They got to make the next couple of apexes, though. They are completely fine. So that's the swap for position there for P24. ASR able to squeak their way through on Porsche Sport's Ryan Parkins. So again, that was another off lap there for Parkins. So do you start to get concerned this is a pace issue?
I mean, it's It's honestly hard to know at this point early in the stint. Parkins has only gotten in the car for the last 9 laps or so. Could be he doesn't carry the same speed as the teammates. Could be he's gotten in the car with the mission specifically of stretching out the fuel, and maybe he's just, you know, really trying to save the fuel in the tyres at this point in the stint. That's possible too. So it's always tough to judge these things over a small amount of time. Could be matching the fastest time in the car was set last stint by Jacob Tofts for this 31. So it's possible Parkins could match that, but it's choosing not to, or it's possible that Tofts is kind of their hero driver for this 24 hours.
You can see the basically top couple of lap times there are the times from Tofts, and the bottom couple of lap times there from Parkins. There's quite a bit of a difference between those two sets of times. So you can see the pit stop right in the middle. That's when they did the driver change. So yeah, it's going to be maybe a bit of a struggle stint for Porsche Sport. Already lost that one position, and hopefully they are not going to be losing any more. Although, well, because Sims Esports do sit around about 13.5 seconds behind them, I'm not sure whether that's whether 13.5 seconds is going to be enough. It might be, especially if they're still losing a second a lap.
Well, it's a 2:18.9 on the last lap for Pure Sims is not going to be quick enough to close it up before their next pit stops. Pure Sims' next stop's going to be in 11 laps or so they're only going to make up 5.5, 6 seconds at that current delta before the next round of pit stops. What I'm also interested in seeing is if ASR Able are going to be able to catch Core, because that's only 3 seconds up the road. They got past Porsche Sport very easily, and if they got a little bit of pace to show, they only need to get 3 seconds up the road to then be in the slipstream of Core.
Yeah, so again, we'll watch the development of this as it continues on. So again, you know, you do find these little stories here in and amongst this race. You know, it's not just the battles for podium positions, for example. It's not just the battle for the race win. It's these little battles, these little influences here and there that really add up to tell a really good story of the race, at least for those mid-pack runners. Of course, they all have their own targets. You know, some teams might say, okay, I want to finish top 10, top 12, top 15, whatever. You know, priorities for different teams are going to be different depending on their performance so far this season and where they feel they stack up compared to everyone else. Of course, everyone loves.
Target would be?
Go on.
10th.
10th. Okay, that's a respectable target.
I'm not seeing any prize money for 11th, and I'm thinking that $300 would get me a lot of KFC.
Why is KFC your fast food chain of choice?
It's pretty good in Australia. I don't know, you get lots of stuff.
I won't probe any further, that's right. But yeah, I mean, top 10. I mean, if for the only reason of, well, we actually get some money if we get inside the top 10. You know, it's a good enough excuse to really go balls to the wall for it. Right now, the battle for that final prize-paying position is between Logitech G, Altus Esports, and MSI Esports, but it's about 9 seconds between them at the moment, so it's not too big of a battle at the moment. But you know, if that does become a thing a little bit later on in the race, then that could be a whole bunch of fun to watch, because why not go and send it if you're in that car in P11?
Well, it's like Formula 1, isn't it? 10th gets points and 11th place gets nothing. It's the same here with the table of prize money. $3,000 for first, $2,000 for second, $1,300 for third, so forth down to 10th place. Don't see anything for 11th, so that is such an important distinction between 10th and 11th.
I gotta say though, it's fantastic to have such a big prize pool for just a single event. You know, it's you know, not so much over the course of a season. It is just this event. This is the prize pool. These are the This is the prize money for each and every position. Just go out there and fight and sort it out amongst yourselves. You know? So we kind of keep a whole season's worth of racing in essence inside of one race, one broadcast, really. I mean, with the distance these guys are doing over this 24-hour event, you know, that's in some cases pretty comparable to an entire race distance in some sprint series, or entire season distance in some sprint series.
29th place, Carbon SimSport, have got brand new tyres, and I think they're lining up to try to get their lap back on Altus Esports here. Pretty sure Altus are managing towards the end of the second stint. Yep, they are. And you see that brake light come on quite late in some of these places here. The Lamborghini definitely starts to look a little squirmy once the tyres are a little older. Not necessarily that it looks slow, but it just starts to look a little bit emotive.
Yeah, it does, and a little bit of a cause for concern. Let's see what Carbon Motorsports do here with that Altus Esports car. They do have the right to unlap themselves if they feel that they're so much faster that they can pull away. You know, if they can't pull away, then they might be deemed a bit of a nuisance by the race administrators or the race stewards. So they do have to be a little cautious with how they negotiate this one, because the last thing they would want to do is, as a lap down car, punt a lead lap car out of the way. You know, that is a surefire way to get a pretty harsh penalty.
And shoe on the other foot for Altus. If the car behind is quicker, let him go. Pick up that slipstream. Try to follow them if you can. Again, that's the endurance racing tactic, isn't it? It's not for position, so why would you make a scene of it? So down the Camel Straight here, I wonder if we even see a little bit of cooperation, or is that a little bit of defense from Altus? It's hard to know what their intention might be here, but the gap is definitely closing up, and it definitely seems like the new tyres are doing the trick for Carbon.
Yeah, they're really using them to the best of their ability, and let's just see if they can unlap themselves here. They're certainly in a pretty good position to be able to do so, but it is all about the execution at this point. In towards Jackie X corner, the no-name corner that, of course, does have a name and has actually had various different names for a pretty long time, but people still insist on calling it no-name corner. Now in towards Puon. Fantastic double left-hander down the hill. Fantastic in any car that has any sort of grip. And you get launched down the bottom of the hill in towards the final. It is one of my favorite sequence of corners ever.
It's good. I'm glad we've got you now for this segment, Connery, instead of this Spa-denying heathen of Stefan Schlacher.
I've heard about this. I've heard that Stefan doesn't.
Absolute heresy. Like, it's okay to say it's not my favourite track in the world, but to say it's not good?
I don't know if he's just trying to say that for the sake of being controversial, to be honest.
If I wanted to wind up Sawmill, I'd talk about cricket or something instead of trying to bash a racetrack.
Yeah, I know. I don't get that. I don't get how you can say that Spa is a bad track, because it's just objectively not. Even if you ignore the history and all that, it is still. If you look at it as a new track that someone was going to build, you would say, oh, that's going to end up being a pretty good track. You know, it's. I have no idea what Stefan's on about that. That's all I'm saying.
Still interesting seeing a Carbon trying to save fuel behind Altus. Are Altus trying to defend this position? Are Carbon going to try to get past on the Camel Straight here? I'm not sure what's going on, except the lapped car behind has been creeping up closer and closer and closer. Now, down the Camel Straight, where they'd have their key opportunity, I think Carbon are just rolling out of it and staying in place.
Yeah, I think so as well. What's their time down the road to the next car? They're about 12 seconds until they can get up to P28 of the Entropic car. But in fact, we've just seen a swap for position here between Urano and P1 Esports. This is for P12. A bit of a swap between the two. Of course, they're slightly off cycle with the strategy compared to each other. Plus, that was fresh tyres for Urano Esports, which is why it seems so easy for them. But let's just have a look and sneak peek at the replay. Here we go. Urano down the inside at Leco. Gets the car slowed down and through the apexes, and that's the simplest pass you'll see already.
Makes sense. Right over the 13th, using the newer tyres, and then eventually the shoe might be on the other foot next stint or later on.
It's just the nature of the racing here. Sometimes you're on the fresher tyres, sometimes you're on the older tyres, and there's, well, if you're on the older tyres, there's sometimes nothing you can really do about it, and you might even lose a little bit less time by just letting the car through rather than trying to fight with it all the time. You got to think about the big picture. So look at this though. MB Racing Esports Nordic versus Vendaval. Vendaval, I would say they're just applying the pressure onto the back of that car at the moment. They're really getting up their bumper. And let's see what Dakota Fripp is going to decide to do with this one. Of course, he's on fresher tyres as well. So it's a similar sort of situation to what we saw with Urano and P1. It's the case here between Vendaval and MB Racing Esports. So we expect to see that Vendaval car shooting it down the inside here at the bus stop. Well, it's all left open. Not going to commit too much to it though. And now they're going to look for the line off the corner. Going to get the traction due to the better grip. They're even going to push the Ferrari. Oh, they got them loose. And flashed the lights in frustration.
Well, there's already a bit of damage on number 9. They've gone through and ahead. They've already served a penalty previous in this race. Well, I don't know what either of them are really trying to say in that one, but yeah, definitely cheeky from Vendaval. They definitely wanted to get down the inside. They were going to lift, and they kind of forced a gap open there that MB Racing weren't really in a hurry to open. There is a little bit of damage in some places, I think you can see from some angles on that Vendaval Audi.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. It's a 24-hour race. You can't be holding a grudge against each other, you know, not even at the halfway point. So, yeah, that was a little bit of an interesting situation. I'll actually cycle things back to just see exactly what happened between these two, because it was a little bit weird on first appearance. Here, we'll cycle it back just a little bit further than that, because the incident happened a little bit before that. But here comes Vendaval there. Are they feeling a little bit hard done by because they got held up a bit? I don't think they were. I think they might have been frustrated at this here, but they weren't close enough to even go anywhere down the inside there. So I'm not sure what they're complaining about. Plus, it's about the position. They're entitled to defend their spot as well. That little tap there, that's unnecessary.
Not a lot in it, to be honest. But I also thought the look down the inside of the bus stop was a little optimistic from Dakota Fripp, who wears the same watch as me.
Wait, what? He wears the same watch as him?
Yeah, we both wear an Omologato Tifosi.
Ah, there we go. Is that
Goodness knows how often he wears his, or no, not really. Goodness knows how often he wears his, or if he's wearing it right now. But I'm wearing mine.
I'll have to have a look if he has a webcam connected to us and see if we can actually see his wrist or something. But yeah, I'm seeing empty chairs in the Coanda house at the moment. That's all I'm getting on the Zoom call here. But yeah, continuing on. We did a couple of minutes ago below the 17 hours left to go mark. So the first hour of this segment of the broadcast has gone by like a breeze. It feels like it's been a pretty good time here on the RaceSpotTV stream, and I'm hoping that everyone in the chat is doing very, very well indeed. Yes, there is live timing. You go to RaceSpot.tv/24, which is the live timing link here for this one, and still got just over 100 viewers tuning in at this point. And You guys are really the hardcore as far as I'm concerned here at the moment. Well, and if you're going to continue on into the early hours, well, in the middle portions of this race, you're crazy as far as I'm concerned. But it's great to have your support, and it keeps us a little more sane on these broadcasts to know that we have a great amount of support on the stream. So thank you guys very much. I know a lot of team members decide to watch these streams as well. And if so, I can put the idea out there that if you do want to come in and have a little bit of a chat to us, well, our door is always open. We are in the same TeamSpeak as you, so you can just scroll up and see us and go into the waiting room, and well, we'll get to you just to have a little bit of a chat about how your race has gone. Update on the battle between LEGO Technic and Apex for P4. This is what it looks like right now. A bit of lap traffic, hopefully not getting involved in this one. Still that 0.4 to half a second that the gap has been for quite a while. I think this is really pointing towards the fact that Apex Racing Team are certainly just kind of biding their time, sitting behind, saving fuel.
But they are managing to hold on, because they did, if they had dropped, well, they were outside of a second at one point. I thought maybe that's when they were going to get left behind, and they've closed back up again, gotten into the slipstream again, and now sort of holding place, holding station. You're able to manipulate that camera, Connery, because there is damage on the left-hand door of the 92. I had a good look around with the magnifying glass. The only little bit of damage I could find is just at the bottom of the door behind the front wheel.
Let me see. So I'm not sure. See much of that.
You can kind of tell.
Yeah. Fastest lap being set by Jamie Fluke though, and that's the car at P5 facing LEGO Technic down at the moment. So yeah, when you see that pop up, that's well, that's a sign that potentially Jamie Fluke is pushing at this stage, but we never quite know, because it hasn't really had a decent run into one of these heavy braking zones so far, so we can't quite tell whether he's just sitting behind saving fuel or he's actually primed, ready and waiting to make that move. A bit of a flashing of the lights on the way down in towards Lacombe. Here comes Apex, perhaps. No, they're just going to stay in line, stay that couple of tenths of a second behind.
I think the flash of the headlights was very much to let the BMW know we're after a table for two, please. I'm also here. Don't forget me in the shadow of the Porsche and come back across. Serve me up a plate of what he's having, please.
Indeed. Someone says, anyone else got problems with the live timing website? Yeah, it sometimes gets a little bit of an issue. There seems to be a little problem with it that we haven't quite resolved just yet, so we'll just have to sit tight, and whenever it freezes or cancels out or whatever, you just refresh it until it comes back to life again. That's all that we can really do as far as that is at the moment. So sorry about that, but our usual more modern live timing provider at the moment hasn't updated their plugin for iRacing, and we haven't been able to get a time frame of when that's going to be updated to the Timing 71 stuff. So yeah, so we're having to revert back to our old ATVO legacy timing, and we'll just have to deal with it for now. But we will forward on the feedback to the developers to see if we can get a couple of issues fixed with this. So that's the story there. Meanwhile, P13, well, 2 cars on fresh tyres, 1 car on old tyres. Arnage Competition and Pure Sims Esports, P1 Esports, all in a nice neat line.
Beautiful, and I think some of them coming towards the end of their fuel runs here as well. This could be the in-lap for Pure Sims and P1 Esports, and it's not uncommon for us to see on their final in-lap some of the drivers start to actually get a little worried about how much fuel they've got, and maybe have to back off a little bit on the last lap of their stint. It can happen if they hadn't saved particularly well early in the race, or if they get a little bit of cold feet towards the end of the stint, knowing how long the pit lane is that you've got to negotiate as well. Car off.
Oh, car off.
Carbon?
What's happened to Carbon? Here they are. Yeah. Did they get... Oh, worst case scenario, incident with Alta's car that they were following for quite a while. But let's have a look. The way down in towards Puon here. Oh, again, just came around.
Altus was wide as well. I think they've come into the corner. Seen Altus were wide and not wanting to plough into them, but obviously it's tough to change your line in the middle of corners. This onboard could be quite instructive.
Yeah, so we'll see if that Altus car pushes wide, because sometimes, especially in a race like this, where you're in the pitch blackness and so the Altus car got loose as well, and Carbon just kind of made a sympathy slide for them, well, they came off a whole bunch worse because they lost a whole bunch more time. But let's have a look at the Altus car then. It's not that one, is it?
43.
Yep, it is the 43 car. But yeah, let's just see what sort of troubles they had coming down in towards Puon, because that was a little bit of an unexpected slide for them. There they are, and we'll cycle things just back just that little bit further.
Had said towards the end of the stint here, the Lamborghini begins to look a little bit of a handful, a little emotive.
Hutch didn't want to get into the apex there. It was going to snap on him. So I guess that's the difference there between the two drivers, the two teams. Yannick Lapchan was able to save that car, keep it pointed in the right direction. Carbon, not so much, as their back end also slides out to the same corner, and they have a little bit of an embarrassing spin there through Puon. So there we go. So you're absolutely right, though. It does seem like towards the end of these stints, especially double stinted Lamborghini tyres, it starts to get very, very sketchy in terms of the rear grip. It just doesn't want to stay in place, and it seems the drivers are continuing to have to deal with that despite the cooler conditions in the night.
Again, Altus, I think, can be coming towards the end of their stints here as well. It's pit stop time, lots of places.
So yeah, your Lego Technic Esports coming down in for their service. Let's see what the call is for them at the end of this one. A couple more cars coming down in as well. We did see, quite tell. Yeah, we did see DV1 Triton and P1 Esports and all those different cars come down in as well. So Lego Technic Esports team not alone at the moment down on towards the pit lane as another pit stop window opens up here in the 24 hours of Spa for the Sports Car Open. Fantastic league, fantastic organisation, fantastic prize pool for this one. If you finish inside the top 10, you do score yourself some prize money, but in the end, everyone wants that top spot and that maximum that maximum reward.
Clicked the ghost driving button while spectating the session here, and now the iRacing spotter tells me the leader's pitting now. Every time Jonas Wallmeyer comes into the pit lane, it's not what I wanted, but I guess it means I'm not going to miss the leader pitting.
Yeah,
and he's joined by quite a few others on this same lap: VRS Coanda Sport 91 and the MSI Esports Blue, which is also a Ferrari.
So in come a good gaggle of cars. Like you said, the Ferrari coming down in. Jonas Wallmeyer. Let's see if he continues on another stint here. I believe he might just give way to someone else. We will just have to wait and see. He's been in that car for a good handful of stints at this point. So there we go. There is the driver change. Maximilian Bernecker makes his appearance in that Team Redline car. The last time he was in the car, well, it was the first couple of stints of the race. So Max is back in the Ferrari there, David, and looking to get back out there. This time in the darkness and instead of the bright of the start of the race.
Return of the Max, absolutely. leading Ferrari. Ferrari's looking pretty good on the fuel consumption, actually, as well. There are quite a few of those cars doing 26, 27 lap stints. MSI Esports Blue have just done another 27 lap stint, which is pretty solid effort. Though I did see someone do 28. Williams Esports looked like they did 28 in the BMW, and in the Lamborghini Apex doing 27 again. But we've seen them. Oh, that's not to plan.
Oh, yeah, that's not quite a high move moment. that didn't quite work out for them. But they keep themselves together. A couple of other cars coming down on towards the pit lane at the moment. Let's have a look then at a replay of what's quite gone on with this Team Redline Blue machine. FGSI. Sometimes these incidents can come up on you very, very quickly indeed, and it hurts. Again, it's a similar sort of situation to what we saw with the Altus car and the Carbon car as well. It loosed on the entry to Puon, this time in a Ferrari rather than in the...
it's still an Italian car problem.
An Italian problem. There we go. Nosing it into the corner, and you could just see he was so gentle on the inputs, but it still wanted to come around on it.
A lot of the drivers as well are using that curb on the right hand side and turning in off of the curb, and it opens up the corner a little bit. Certain suspension settings and damping or whatever might not respond well to dropping down off the curb at the same time that you're turning into the corner, and obviously you've got a nice paved runoff there. It didn't hurt too much, but you are really playing with fire. The rear end of the car that loose.
Yeah,
maybe that's the secret to the fuel economy as well, is that not a lot of downforce on. Looking then at the straight line speeds in the speed trap, 264 for Redline Blue, but also 264 for the Lamborghini of Apex, 266 for Biela and some of the Audis as well.
We will have to continue our little investigation with regards to that one. Of course, you're seeing a lot of shuffling on the timing tower at the moment, and that's because we are indeed going through another little bit of a pit stop cycle here at the moment. So don't worry, there hasn't been a humongous crash in the mid-pack to cause all those swap arounds for position. But yeah, another pit stop phase on the way. I'm seeing a lot more teams this time around decide that they want to go for the double stint. So cars that decided not to take tyres. VRS kind of Sim Sports, number 91, decided to forego the tyres this time around. And let's see if that Porsche can survive on the older tyres towards the end of this stint. We've got Lego Technic Esports team. They also decided to take no tyres. MB Esports Racing, RHG Esports, Arnage, Pure Sims, Biela, Triton, lots of drivers have decided that double stints a good thing to do. And well, I guess they kind of have realised that, well, we're in the night now. It's not it's not as scorching out there as far as the temperatures are concerned. So let's just try out this double stint, see if we can make things work, I suppose.
Probably the same thing Jamie Fluke is going to do in the 98, and then we'll see where he rejoins relative to that Lego Technic car once again, because they were obviously really close before the pit stops. Now, are they going to be reunited? Is one going to jump the other a little bit with the just 2 or 3 laps difference in when they made their pit stops?
Well, we'll have to just wait and see, I suppose, as we see Jamie Fluke coming down and in. Let's see where the car of, the Lego Technic Esports team car, Charlie Collins, comes out in relation to him then, shall we? It's been a pretty close little situation between the two of them so far. Let's see if this continues on into a more developed fight here. So let's see. I doubt it would come to fruition for in terms of a balls to the wall side-by-side battle between our drivers, but we can just hope and pray that we'll be able to at least seen them door to door coming off of the pit lane. There's Charlie Collins on his way down in towards the last source there. And, well, then where does he come out in relation to the Apex Racing team car? Well, Apex Racing are just coming off of the pit lane right now. Where is LEGO Technic Esports team? They are a mile away. So they're just coming in towards the Eau and Radion section now. So that's a decent amount of time gains there from Apex. And it is, of course, the jump for position as well.
Yeah, sure is interesting to see that happen. I wonder if that continues across the stint on the old tyres. Said, keep an eye on what the Porsche does, what the Lamborghini does in that little battle there. But it's gone all right for Jamie Fluke and Apex Racing team.
It's gone very well. That's all they need to do, really. I'm
in fact, they're both ahead of Team Redline Red as well, who have the new tyres and is now going to have to race on past both of them as well. So that's sort of 3 cars technically for position altogether now.
Yeah. So again, this all changes rather quickly here. But Team Redline will have the well, incredible advantage with the fresher rubber here, as we can welcome another commentator into the commentary booth. We welcome the one and only Lorenzo Bonda. How are you doing?
It's me. I'm doing really well, gentlemen. How's your day, guys?
It's been quite busy. This is the second broadcast I've been a part of today. I was part of the 4 hours of Charlotte coverage on the iRacing channel, and now I have to hop on over to this, do a little bit of commentating, do a little bit of producing, and close out the day strong, I would have hoped.
Yeah, I just got out of ISOWC, the 500 race at Indianapolis, so I kind of feel what you mean.
So lots of work going on here at RaceSpotTV, we assure you, and well, looks like some work is going to have to be put in by Team Redline Red at the moment. Maximilian Benneker coming out behind these bits of traffic. Certainly not ideal. However, he does have the fresher tyres, David, to be able to, hopefully for Max, make short work of these cars. But again, you have to be careful not to lose too much time by trying to follow your way through on these.
Right, what would be less ideal is to be 20 seconds back after the pit stop and have to make up all that time for the stint. It's right at the start of the stint, and a car that he needs to be in front of by the end of the stint is already right in front of him. Gets a good run up the hill, and I think this is going to be a little bit of a formality. It's more of a question of, does the same thing happen when he catches up to Apex Lamborghini?
So here we go, able to get clear down into the braking zone for Lecum. The LEGO Technic Esports team car didn't really give him too much of a problem. There it was, Redline was fairly let through as far as that goes. Now Team Redline looking further down the road. Next car on their list is about 1.5 seconds down the road, and that's the Apex Racing team number 98. So that's to get them back up into 3rd place here in this event. We're still waiting on the stop for Williams Esports though. They are currently the race leader. Of course, once they come down in and cycle back into the strategy, then they won't be. But getting some dead laps at the moment here is Josh Thompson, but I think he might even be down in at the end of this lap.
I think he's got 2 more after this again, but I'm always willing to be proven wrong, and I don't have anything worthwhile to put on the line for a bet either. I had said Apex Racing team, they've gone and jumped the LEGO Technic Porsche, but I think actually more impressively is how they're now just about 2.5 seconds back off the co-anded 91 as well. They've now split those Porsches, and if they can outperform them in the second stint of the tyres, then that could realistically be for podium position.
Yeah, I'm having a look at the times aren't exactly representative at the moment because Apex had just come down on towards the pit lane, so we'll have to wait for that to even out a little bit. But especially as the tyres, they're not coming up to temperature because they're not new, but they do cool down a little bit on towards the pit lane. Plus the heavy fuel load and of course on those older tyres as well. So it's sometimes the lap times can be a little bit weird, but coming into this point in the race now, you just got to be used to that. These drivers now have a very, very good idea of how these cars have handled and are going to handle over the course of this one, Lorenzo, and as long as nothing unexpected crops up, it should be all fine and dandy.
Everything should be fine and dandy, to be very honest. What impresses me more is, despite we're being for quite a while in this race, there's still some relatively close gaps between. I want to say the top 10, but the top 10 even spreads out quite a lot, nearly a full lap. But maybe top 7 are relatively close to one another. I think it's just the difference of going through one pit stop and getting out of the pit lane. So right now, I'm liking where the things are positioned right now and what each and every team strategies are actually located at this current moment. So we cannot pick the early favorite at this point, at this current running of the race. So that's what makes this race a little bit more exciting, to be very honest.
Yeah, it does make it pretty enthralling here, and well, we can get a little bit of a view with Maximilian Bernicke at the moment as he continues to work on the back of that Apex Racing team car. It should only be a matter of time here, David. It's just how much time.
I think it's just to the bus stop on this one. Ferrari still looks a little lively in the rear, but so too does the Lamborghini, and Fluke knows it's not his battle right here.
Yeah, and through the bus stop they come. That's Maximilian Bernicke cleanly through and up back into that third spot. So on the fresher tyres, they can continue chasing down the next car, which is the VRS Esports number 91 car. And once Williams Esports come down on towards the pit lane for their stop, which they have done so, by the way, as you can see them dropping down the order, then it will be Team Redline Red back up into the race lead and continuing to try and pull away with those fresher tyres, Lorenzo. It's going pretty well for the number 71.
It is, and I don't see Jeremy Boudreaup on that number 91 car actually being able to hold, because now Josh is in the pit lane doing his service. So I totally don't see Boudreaup being able to hold any advances on the number 71 at this running, because right now the gap is right around 3 seconds, but it's coming down every slight point of the turn. So let's see where that 91 car will stand.
We will have to see, and let's see what the situation is. 3 seconds between VRS Esports 91 and the Redline 71, so there'll be a little bit of time before we see the action between the two of them there. Apex Racing team doing a very smart decision though at the moment, David. They're just trying to tuck as best as they can inside of the slipstream with Team Redline Red and let them pull them around the racing circuit a little bit. They're not going to be able to, well, it would surprise me a lot if they were able to keep tabs on them with the older tyres and let them be dragged up to the into a position where they can even challenge the number 91 Commander car, but I would love to be proven wrong. And now having a look back further down the order, because you do have this little slight situation here for P13 between Pure Sims and Altus Esports, and well, there's a 3-lap difference in the strategy, but otherwise they're on a very similar set of tyres in terms of age.
Yep, good little group here, sort of led off by Arnage Competition in the BMW, then Audi, then Audi again.
Audi in this situation. But the
I'm good, and you?
It's of course they have to. You know, it's a different bop compared to what we saw at the rRacing Spa 24. The Sports Car Open stewards, well, believe that they're able to do a little bit of a better job than iRacing did for that particular event. Currently, the spread is pretty decent as far as the manufacturers are concerned. So we have a leading Porsche 911 GT3R, but otherwise, well, for the moment, before he decides, before Redline gets past, and then it's a leading Ferrari. But I would say Ferraris have done pretty well here in this one. We've had a mixed bag as far as Lamborghinis are concerned. Of course, the highest placed Lamborghini at the moment is the Apex Racing team, number 98. So they're standing head and shoulders above the rest of the Lamborghinis, and then you've also got a handful of Audis there. But it does seem like the Ferrari is the place to be at the moment, Lorenzo, although the differences between all the different manufacturers are a little bit closer than what we saw in the RSC Spa race.
Yeah, it's a total different spectrum, because in the iRacing Spa we saw dominance or an abuse of BMWs in the field, whereas like the second most chosen car would be either the Porsche or the Lamborghini, just because it performed better. But in here, I'll be very honest, I'm surprised with the performance out of the Ferrari, because the Ferrari, I think we only had one car or no cars at all in the iRacing 24. So seeing the Ferrari getting that performance boost in this race and bring a level playing to the field, it's really good to see the work that Dominic Engle and Ronald Grossman have done to keep a level playing field in this race.
So that is Pure Sims Esports getting past Arnage competition there, as I believe my battle graphic wasn't exactly on the right set of cars there. But yeah, Pure Sims able to squeak their way through in this little 3-car train at the moment. It's a 3-car train that is well, on a very similar sort of situation as far as the strategy is concerned. In fact, Pure Sims and Arnage came down in at about the same time. They decided to forego the tyres. Altus Esports also no tyres on their stop, but they stopped more recently than the Pure Sims and Arnage competition car have. So it's good that we get this 3-car train sort of maintained at this portion of the race, David. It's good to see these guys still able to run in quite close quarters.
Yeah, and the teams that are trying to hit that fuel number will actually enjoy this. You know, having someone of similar speed around that they can slipstream off for a bit, and you know, be able to carry speed, but also burn a little bit less fuel. As Alti's there going for Pure Sims Esports, as they kicked up a little bit of the gravel. That'll be one of their off tracks that they'll be hoping to not get too many of, hoping to not get 200 of. Across all of the 24 hours, and it means that the Arnage competition BMW is right up underneath them. But we've seen you just can't really get down the inside of Blanchimont there. Arnage might eventually want to strike back.
We'll have to wait and see. You know, they do get pretty close going off the corner, but again, this is all about risk management at the moment, Lorenzo. It's, you know, because we're in the middle of an endurance race. You know, it's still a long way to go, still the majority of the race to go, believe it or not. So you don't want to be putting your car in a particularly dangerous position here. So yes, you want to fight. Yes, you want to try and gain track position in some instances, but you have to be very, very careful about it. Otherwise, well, in the worst case scenario, you'll find a wall and out of the race.
And for now, the biggest battle right here in terms of track positions when you come into the pit lane, because if we're talking about fight for the money, they're not fighting literally for anything. The prize pool goes all the way up to 10th position, so they're 2 spots back. And in the worst of circumstances, the first car being the Pure Sims driven by Daniel Ferguson. So the only thing they really want to do, I think, is just like what David said: hit your numbers going into the field. And maybe hit your pace as well. Make sure the strides in your pace are actually on point or better than what Urano and MSI are doing when you come into the pit lane, and then maybe contend for them into the latter portions. Don't over risk your car going aggressively into one turn where anything can crumble in just one quick move.
It can happen that quickly as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially a portion of the race like this where, you know, complete darkness out there. The only light that you have are the headlights, the brake lights. Those are the only things you can really see without help from those headlights. And all of a sudden you can be blindsided by a dodgy rejoin if someone's gone off, for example. You know, sometimes you tunnel vision so much, David, that those things just don't come into your mind, and then you're wondering, well, what the frick was that?
times you decided, how am I going to end this sentence, and you ended up there. But no, I understand. We saw that carbon spin where they were focusing on their own braking point and turn in, and then at some point it was the middle of the corner. Like, oh wait, something's going on with that Altus car, and then the mid-corner correction sent them into a spin as well. So got to be careful, because there's always something going on that could leap out at you.
Something leaping out from the shadows. sounds a little dangerous to me, but for Logitech GL2C Esports, who are currently on the back of this P12 train, well, it's a pretty comfortable place for them to be. It's an ample opportunity to sit inside the double slipstream, get even more fuel saving done. Looking good for them at the moment. But again, it's always the trade-off between having to do the fuel saving and having the track position. You know, you have to balance the time lost from fuel saving. It's sometimes a very, very tricky thing to do, and this is why teams like this do these sorts of races, and I sit here just trying to figure out what to say over the next couple of hours. You know, it's a completely different thing. But Lorenzo, at least for you in particular, you have a lot of words a lot of the time. At least it's of you.
That's right.
I don't mean that as an insult. Also, I'm not wrong. So
You're not wrong entirely.
So yeah, at least if you're in this little train here, what would you be doing, Lorenzo? Would you just be focusing on your fuel numbers, or are you thinking, I kind of want to get through on these?
Now I would be focused on the fuel numbers and make sure the pace is right on point with what Masia is actually doing. I was looking at the last lap. Masia actually done a 28.671, 18.671, and they're basically within the same level. They haven't opened up anything whatsoever, as we see something happen with Max Beneke. Actually, that is his overtake for the lead.
Yeah, this is how it happens. We're slightly distracted, heading his way down the Campbell Straight there over the VRS kind of Simsports number 91 car. This was always going to happen, so it's not entirely surprised that Maximilian Beneke has been able to get himself back up into the race lead and not fought too hard either by that VRS kind of Simsports number 91 car. So there we go. Order has been restored, David. Redline are back towards the front in their Ferrari, and they've already pulled a gap of, well, about 1.7 seconds.
Yep, which means that the interest around the top 10 then sort of settles down to the pace of that 91 versus 98 Apex Racing team versus the number 92. They are so evenly matched there, and the Apex Racing team are just in this little gap between the two Porsches there. So that's going to be interesting as they continue to go through this stint. Who's managed the tyres well in the first stint? Who's got a car that the balance and the setup is good for the second stint on the tyres? And if anything, it does look like the fourth place 92 in the background there might close in a little more.
Yeah, well, again, I'm not expecting too much there. The Lego Technic certainly lost out a whole bunch inside of the pit stop phase. I'm not exactly sure what that was about either, because the stop times were very similar between Apex Racing team and this Lego Technic Esports team. It was only about 0.3 of a second difference, but when we saw them coming off the pit lane, Lorenzo, it was more like 3 or 4 seconds worth of difference.
Yeah, I don't know if it is maybe some natural car wear or the tire wear also aligned with the driver wear, you know, because we can get wary and we can make some small mistakes that accrue every single lap, and the lap will be a little bit slower. So it's a little bit frustrating. It happens, you know.
Did you try and just make a pun? I'm too tired for puns at the moment.
Well,
you're talking about tire wear, and then you said something about the drivers being wary.
I don't
know whether that was intentional or not.
It wasn't intentional, though. I didn't even realize I made the pun until I actually did it. Believe it or not, trust me on this. But more importantly, I think I'm looking at the pace of everybody right here. Out of these top 4, everybody's doing 18 mids to 18 lows. MSI Blue are actually doing 217s at this current running. Okay, Beneki just did a 217.3, but the only car who is actually matching those laps are the MSI. They're in 5th, so I can totally see if there's fuel enough for Alejandro Sanchez to run on, to actually put some pressure on Charlie Collins and go for the 4th place.
Yeah, there's going to be ample opportunity for that to happen, perhaps. I'm not entirely sure, but again, we'll have to keep an eye on it. Although Apex just lost a whole bunch of time, so it seems to me that yeah, like something he's.
Did they, or did Fluke just get a little blinky again? About where I remember them, about 2.7 seconds off the Porsche front, still about a second and a half ahead of the Porsche behind.
Yeah, I think that might have been it. Maybe the blinkiness starts to confuse the timing a little bit and just makes you think something has happened. So it looks okay for the moment, but that's the last thing that you need to witness. At least if you're Apex Racing team, you know, maybe a slight connection issue with Jamie Fluke. And I mean, we saw even in the Spa 24 hours with connection problems. I think it was for Jonas Vollmeyer in the Team Redline car, where they saw he was just about to drop out, and they just brought him down immediately for a pit stop to get the driver change in, because they didn't want to take the tow required if he disconnects out there on circuit instead. It's a very real problem.
And we cannot control that, which is the worst part. When it happens, it's just I don't know what's worse, losing connection or like a paddle or your steering failing. I don't know what's more heart-wrenching.
I don't know. I think the most frustrating thing probably would be the internet, because you just really want to shout and rage at someone, but you're disconnected from the internet, so you can't do that. But yeah, I mean, I've had both before, that's for sure. It's never nice when it happens, because you know, especially with a wheel failure, for example, you know, there's potential for someone else to get caught up in your problem as well. So you feel a little bit guilty about that too. But sometimes these technical issues can be, well, like you said, there's nothing you can do about it most of the time. I mean, I've had many a phone call with my internet service provider about my internet not being entirely 100% stable at times, and of course, as a producer, that's pretty important to have pretty stable. So yeah, I mean, I know in some countries as well. I know they used to do this in Finland quite a lot, where they just reset the internet every day, like at a specific time.
I thought it was one of those German ISPs that just, like every weekend, 3 a.m. on Sunday morning, they like released everyone's IPs, and that would normally fall during the middle of one of these 24-hour races, like 3 a.m. on Sunday morning. I don't know, maybe it's a little apocryphal now, it just keeps getting told slightly different every time, and by the time we're done with it, it'll be, oh, there was a Malaysian ISP that only had their internet on for 23 hours a day.
Yeah, yeah, I mean,
my parents' new fridge has a Sabbath mode.
Wait, what?
If you want to turn that on.
A Sabbath mode. That's interesting. I didn't know fridge comes with such a feature.
They do now, Connery. The future is amazing.
I know, right? You know, we're getting to the point where we can connect our fridges to the internet and order food when it goes low and things like that.
You can actually have your fridge actually order the food, which for me is the most fun. Like we reached the point of transcendency that I think we have no way going back.
Scary.
I liked the linked buttons, the idea where you had these sort of just little buttons that were sort of like Wi-Fi linked, and you press the button and it'd like next day delivery order the particular product.
I'm not sure what Paul's talking about there. A message for Connery on commentary S50. Well, Was that?
Is that the price of the fridge?
53,500. Oh, I know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
and okay, I know that.
I know what that figure is referring to. Yes, iRacing did a charity stream today, and we had the goal of initially we had the goal of raising $25,000. We ended up raising that before we started the stream. And then we had the extension goal of $48,000, and then we basically got past that inside the final 2 laps of the race, and now apparently we're up to $53,510 for the National MS Society. I should clarify.
It's incredible. I think Paul is some of the best. It's incredible, and to see the engagement out of everybody, just raising that kind of money. And thank you everybody who donated. I wish I could donate this time around, but my credit card actually went to the Fritz.
What have you been buying, Lorenzo?
I've been donating. Here's the thing. I've did put my credit card in the Fritz because I was donating for the Eiffel race. That we did a few weeks, like last week.
Okay. I mean, you're kind of all. You're all capped out on your charitable donations, I suppose.
Yeah. There's always once I pay like the bill, I'll donate one more.
Nicholas Mass saying it's scary, a fridge that has access to your bank account. Oh my god! Like, it gets even more worrying when we get something like AI involved, and it can predict what you'd like based off of your previous preferences, and it will be able to order things just randomly.
I'm worried about the fridge getting too smart and eventually just starting to like judge me for opening it at like 3 a.m. all the time. That's the problem with these like fridges that are too smart and too connected, is eventually I don't need that amount of judgment in my life.
I don't think any of us do, to be honest. Yeah. Like, I'm the kind of person...
I said that was leftovers for tomorrow, and now it's 3 hours after dinner, and I'm taking it out of the fridge again to reheat it. What? Let's keep this a secret. You don't need to tell anyone.
Look, I'm the kind of person who at like 2 a.m. can demolish an entire pack of Jaffa cakes. So I don't know if any of you have those where you are. I think Australia might have them. Jaffa cakes. Does that ring a bell for David?
I'm not sure.
They're like, I don't know. They're small treats with like chocolate and then a bit of like a bready bit, and then you have like an orange tangy thing in the middle. They're like small circles.
They look alright.
Yeah, I'm googling it.
I can demolish an entire tube of that easy, and apparently that's not the recommended serving size. I don't care.
Dreams, just be dreams.
The judging silence there, I'll take it.
The thing is, the problem for me is not only that. Imagine if that fridge actually had access towards your social media.
Well, I don't even talk about food on my social media anyway, so I doubt we'd be able to get enough things to base anything off.
And it actually would react everything that you would like open up your fridge and bring and get up off your fridge. It'll react upon what you're actually grabbing and make a tweet about it. That is the most scary part, though.
That's
Imagine if it gets verified by Twitter after that.
But Paul says I need a fridge that automatically locks at 8 p.m. That's ironically a good idea, actually. To stop like random snacks in the night. I can get behind that idea. I'm not sure whether you'll keep sane though and try and break into the fridge, but yeah, that sounds like a decent idea for me.
I mean, I can actually give you a solution for that. Just get a big key, like grab a big chain, like those thick ones, and put it around your fridge. Easy.
There we go.
And a lock. There you go. That solved you the issue in less than 30 seconds.
Great 30-second solutions to life problems with Lorenzo Bondo. Here we go.
Thank you.
Battle for 12th still raging on, by the way. This trio has kept each other relatively close together pretty well at the moment, but Logitech GL to Esports have made their way through a little bit. on these cars. Now be able to get to the head of the field, well, at least of that trio, maybe even look to try and pull away, but they've been unsuccessful in doing so far. Pure Sims keeping them honest. Arnage Competition, the car third in line at the moment, all on relatively same age tyres. There's SCO yeah, thank you Sumil. This is the endurance racing commentary at its finest in these very tough and taxing roles. Can you imagine if your fridge be like, I'll want to see you do 20 sit-ups before you get that left over. Ooh, your fridge starting to threaten you with exercise there, David.
You could threaten the fridge right back. You start reaching for that power cord, and suddenly, you know, your smart fridge is thinking, maybe we can negotiate here. Be reasonable.
You need like international mediators to sort out the dispute between yourself and your fridge.
That doesn't look like a number 83 Altus Esports car that cares much for track limits at the moment. The 80, that's 83 on the older tyres. The 43 is a little bit further back on newer tyres. Both of them Audis, aren't they?
Well,
no one's a Lamborghini, that's right.
Yeah, there is a Lamborghini and of course...
Altus Audi and Altus Lamborghini.
Yeah, Audi and Lamborghini. Going for the two different manufacturers inside the same team there, which is an interesting decision. I guess with the BOP being a little bit closer than it was at the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa, then you have a little bit more free choice with regards to any personal preferences inside of the team, which might be the reason for the difference that we see there. I know everyone will remember in the iRacing Spa 24 Hours, the BMWs being pretty OP. The highest placed BMW at the moment sits in, let's see, 8th place at the moment. There's the Williams Esports BMW number 25 there, sitting in that position. There was I believe, a little bit of a swap further back here as well. Arnage Competition getting past Pure Sims, I believe that was. Let's take a look.
I think Pearson's got a slowdown. Yeah, that has to be a slowdown.
That's a little bit unfortunate, isn't it? Let's have a look. Let's see how much they cut the top of Radion. Yeah, that's enough to get a slowdown penalty. Of course, didn't upset the car at all, but upset the driver that he has to lift out the throttle coming down the Camel Straight and let Arnage Competition go. So, of course, him's down into 14th now.
MSI Esports Blue up into 4th. I imagine looked not dissimilar. They've gotten past LEGO Technic Esports in their continued Ferrari-powered charge forwards.
Yeah, the fresh tyres really coming to the forefront at the moment. MSI Esports Blue, they might even, well, I think they'll be able to potentially get up into the vicinity of Apex Racing Team at the end of this little stint that they have going on here as well. So they should be able to continue to try and pull off the passes here for the moment. I like how the chat is now just talking about food, although I'm not surprised considering the participants in that chat. Having cheese and crackers, says Paul Smith. Fridge, thank you for saying the fridge responding with, don't make me turn the heat up in here. The future is you having to argue with your fridge over a midnight snack. Well, I argue with myself about midnight snacks, and it's always the food that wins, though. The pro-food part of me that wins.
Usually for me is the bad side because, especially during the night, because whenever we are at night over here, it is morning in the other side of the world. Hello there, David, by the way. Because it is the Olympics. The Olympics are going on, and usually there's something, and I want to grab a snack while I'm watching that. So usually the evil side of me speaks louder than my good side.
That's the problem I'm having with the Tokyo Olympics, as you see those new tyres for the number 43, the Altus Lamborghini. doing the work that they were put on for, is Tokyo Olympics are in the same time zone as me. I can't watch like pole vaulting at 3 a.m. and go, oh yes, very good. You know, a sport that I would never ever watch in the middle of the night. That's the beauty of the Olympics in the Australian time zone. But no, Tokyo has to be pretty close, and then 2032 is going to be. Well, I'm going to be like living in the middle of it. So.
Yeah, it's. I think this is kind of the first Olympics that I haven't really been tuning into because it's on like 4 a.m. You know, yeah. So it's complete opposite problem for me at the moment. It doesn't help that the gonna get a little bit political here. It doesn't help that the BBC have lost the full broadcasting rights for the Olympics, so they're only allowed to show 2 events at any given time. The BBC here in the UK. So therefore, you don't have the sort of red button, sort of go and watch any event that you want. It's you just get given 2 events. So unless you pay for, I think, a subscription to Eurosport, I think it is, then you're not gonna be able to see all of the events, and that is a bad decision if you ask me. But I won't get into it too much.
Yeah, the good thing for me is that whenever it's actually night over here, like 7, 8, 9 p.m., it starts at 7 p.m. and like we can go up like to 7 a.m. or even 10 a.m. and there's still something going on. So I can watch it without too major problems. And the only thing that ever happened like that is I can see maybe the World Cup when it happened in 2002, but their matches were usually in the night and like in the night there, and I wasn't right in bed. So sometimes it didn't happen for me to stay late up at night because I had school. So seeing an Olympics like that, it's a different perspective because normally it is either in America or Europe.
Yeah,
I like when F1's on at like 9 or 10 p.m. in my time zone on a Sunday evening. That's actually quite a good time to watch it for me.
More food discussion going on, and more Olympic discussion going on. That seems to be the 2 topics of the moment at the moment. It seems like those are the 2 things. Sumel saying there's literally 0 hype around the Olympics here. I don't think I've seen too much hype around, you know, India in the Olympics. So that's kind of not entirely surprising there. Paul saying, well, wait until you're older. I guess this is directed at me. Wait until you're older and your metabolism slows down. Well, it started towards me and David, and of course you, Lorenzo, as well. You're still pretty young. Not knowing what any of our ages are apart from my own.
I'm older than you guys, I think.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Wow, you're that much older.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were still in your 20s.
No.
Well, 12 months ago you would have been.
That's a good point. If you had asked me like that 2 months in 3 days ago, I would have said yes.
Hang on, hold the phone, because we got a pass out there on track, and that was the MSI Esports blue car actually making their way through on the Apex Racing Team machine. So there's MSI Esports there, just sitting in line patiently. And let's see where they make the move on that Apex Lamborghini. Down the inside, pretty easy at Slavonia, and well, let by that Apex Racing Team car as well. So that's just the difference on the fresher tyres. So MSI Esports back up into P3 now, and again, next one they're looking towards is VRS Esports in P2. Fastest lap being set by your race leader. That's Maximilian Benneker. Team Red Line Reds on the lower fuel and still some pretty good tyres, so that's not entirely surprising there. Anyway, back to the food and the Olympics. There we go. The 2 topics that have been our favourite.
It's because we haven't got to F1 yet as well, but let's continue on this topic.
Yeah, and of course, you know how old Lorenzo is.
No, but here's the thing. This is not the most shocking part. I'm at that age, like in the middle ground of RaceSpot. The thing is, we could talk about Silmel's age though. which is more mind-boggling than everything else in the RaceSpot roster that we have right now of commentators, when I learned about his age in the 24 Hours of Daytona.
He's a very young person, isn't he? Yeah, it doesn't sound like it, doesn't look like it either. But there we go. It is what it is. Crazy stuff. I'm 23. How old are you, David?
26.
Oh wow, I'm the youngest here. I wasn't expecting that. Anyway, I don't know whether I should feel good about that or slightly scared.
You're over 21, so you're allowed to have alcohol anywhere if you like alcohol. So
yeah,
you can leave young, wild, and free if you wanted to.
Those days are long past me. And I'm 23. Yeah, Paul says, "Stop making me feel old." I'm sorry, Paul. This is just the natural way of life. Soon, you'll be seeing people that are around you doing, working with you that are many years your junior, and unfortunately, there's not really all that much you can do about it. So sorry, Paul. It's a bit of a depressing comment, but
I think I'm reaching about the peak of receiving wedding invites with, all folk I went to school with, etc., being, 26, 27.
Yeah, because of those 10-year parties, like
wedding invites, and I think we're at the point in my age group where a lot of weddings.
Thing is, like, of course, at your age, late 20s, that's that possibly makes sense. But I haven't been to a wedding, not including pandemic stuff, all that. Even before the pandemic, I just wasn't being invited. I think that's because, like I said, I'm still late teens to early 20s. But it's been like literally 3 or 4 years since I've even been to a wedding.
No,
I think it's because people.
And now it's like there's one every month.
I think it's. I started to think for a time people just didn't like me, but whatever. It makes you feel better. JG saying it makes you feel better. I'm 24, but I feel like I'm 45. Paul says thanks for that. 27 is early. Take your time, guys. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
All right, Ashley Glenn did something that is very proper. He only attends weddings for the food.
Yes.
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 I had the most exquisite roast duck thing at a wedding earlier this year.
Oh.
It was one of the 4 courses or whatever. It was real delicious, real fancy.
With any toppings or sauces in it, or just like?
I can't remember what the whole meal was, but it was good.
Oh man, I do envy you right now. It is so good.
You guys are talking about food, and I'm feeling hungry now, but I can't step away from the PC because I'm producing this thing. So
you guys say that. Here's the thing: you guys have at least more 3 hours of this. I have this and then the other portion. So I have to think about things to talk for the other portion with Justin later on.
I'm sure you'll be fine. You'll have a fresh mind, a fresh voice in the commentary room, so it's going to be fine, I'm sure. For the moment, yeah, this is one of the more difficult portions of the broadcast, the middle portion of the 24-hour race. JG saying, I haven't been to a wedding since I was a kid. Well, you've been missing out on the food, I guess. Paul Smith saying, is it bad that I started sim racing commentary before Sumil was 10 years old? Ouch. That does sound a bit weird when you think about it. Glenn Key saying the best part of is asking to bring the leftovers home as well. Usually they feel obligated to say yes. It depends on how much you're taking home, Glenn. If you're taking back multiple huge Tupperware containers of food, then maybe people will start to get a bit suspicious. But yeah, it's the thing is, at least in the UK, taking home leftovers after a restaurant meal isn't really the done thing. I know it is in the US, for example. where the portion sizes are huge anyway, so good luck eating all the food. You know, they have the take-home boxes, but we don't really have that in most restaurants in the UK, or at least I'm not aware of it. I think it's because our portion size
I got
is a
given
bit more
cupcakes
reasonable.
to take home at this wedding. The one with the roast duck.
I think the last wedding was that I went about a year or two ago. I actually was. Not a year ago. A year ago didn't happen anything. 2 years ago, I think, was either cupcakes or something. Something sweet. Piece
But
of
they
cake
had
or
the,
something like that.
Cupcakes were all like iced and flavored the same as like the wedding cake. So we all had cake, and then it was like you could just eat a mini version of it like later.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I just saw a message in the chat from Rachel Williams saying British food isn't worth taking home, to be fair. We're going to have a speaking to. We're going to have to. I won't be insulted like this by the chat. Sumo saying, are the parents there as particular about their Tupperware too? Yes, my mum used to collect a whole bunch of it, and I borrowed some stuff to use here in my home as well. So yes. Live timing not working. Try a couple of refreshes. It sometimes gets kicked back in gear. The Sumo saying even the fish and chips get soggy, but by the time it's home, the thing is that's the fish and chips is you have to. It's a very particular way you have to have fish and chips. I would say the greasier the better. And usually it's the places that look like a complete dump on the outside that actually have the better ones.
If the fish isn't greasy enough that it makes 3 layers of paper transparent, it's not worth eating.
Exactly. That's certainly my opinion of it. But yeah, I won't get the insults on the fish and chips. I simply won't take it. You know, I'm not usually that proud to be British, but in this instance, I will defend my fish and chips with my life.
I mean, they're an institution. What can you say? What can you say the opposite? I mean, the only reason I went to London in 2017. All right, I had to visit one of my best friends in there, sorry, 2017, 2018. Yeah, 2018. One of the best reasons was I went to a fish and chips. That was the primary reason I wanted to find a place where I could eat fish and chips.
The thing is, you went in London, right?
Yeah, because he lived right there. I think it was Hammersmith, close to Hammersmith.
Right. I would argue if you've had a London fish and chips, you haven't really had a fish and chips.
I argue that as well. So I said people have told me I have to go like into Brighton or something like that to actually have a proper fish and chips, which I might agree 100%. So when I am actually back in Britain someday, don't know when, I will have.
Yeah, any coastal town is a pretty good idea. Anywhere up north, pretty good idea to get fish and chips. So it's I would say just anywhere outside of Midlands and London, I suppose, would be to narrow it down just a little bit further. But yeah, it's certainly a very big cultural thing here. Have you guys heard of Toad in the Hole?
Yes, but I can't picture it.
It's
I did have. Yeah.
So if those that are aware, I can't explain it without having to explain another food. There's such a thing in the UK called Yorkshire puddings, right? This is kind of like a pastry sort of container for like other foods and gravy and things like that. It's look it up on Google is what I'm saying. Basically, it's a big Yorkshire pudding style thing with basically sausages baked into the bottom of it. And then you just put a bunch of gravy or whatever you want over the top. It is lovely. Again, it doesn't sound lovely when I describe it, but British are the best at doing comfort food.
Real quick, I think let me just go back to racing real quick. I think Gregory Tansen and the Bila Racing Team Aeronix 45 had an issue back at Pujon.
Let's have a look. Yeah, I would say so. Let's have a look at this one then, because I can jump it back on my lovely little feature of ATVO that sees that tells me all of the session events. So this is coming into Lacombe. So we're going to have to wait a little while before we get ourselves towards Puon. But let's see what the issue was with Gregory Tansen. He's out of Malmedy. Now onto the brakes into the Bruxelles or Rivage, if you want to call it a different name. Now through the exit of the corner. Oh, it wasn't. It was through Bruxelles, and a big shunt with the wall.
Oh, there was something after that because he ran wide after, as he goes into the Jackie X corner. You can see the car will go a little bit wider than usual because I think the suspension damage was just too big. See it? It's a wider line.
Yeah, just a big old wide arc there through the corner, just to make sure that by holding that inside he doesn't spin himself or something like that. But let's have another look at that from Bieler Racing Team Euronics. That's the wrong one. Here's the right one.
Too much curbing, it looks like?
Looks like. Although I have seen people take that much curb through there before. Maybe getting a bit too eager on the throttle over that curb is the reason why he had a whole bunch of trouble there.
Yeah, I know it's one of those places where the car doesn't get some nice behavior depending on how the setup is actually properly done. And I know Tansen brought the car back to pace, managed to nudge it back, which is the good thing. Even though he lost a few spots in the process, but the repair time will be a little bit drastically long, maybe 5-10 minutes, because maybe broke the suspension. But other than that, it does feel weird because it doesn't look like he clipped the grass on the exit.
Yeah, it didn't look like he pushed that far. So it's yeah, that is certainly a weird one. By the way, MSI Esports remaining in getting themselves back up into P2 now. They're motoring along quite nicely, in fact, sitting about 14 seconds behind your behind your race leader here. It's not really much sense saying your overall race leader because it's just a single class here in this one. What has happened to Lego Technic Esports team? I think they are, well...
This could be on schedule.
Could be.
They've done 25 lap stints before. They've come to the end of a 25 lap stint now.
Yeah, sounds okay. It's just that I think my timing is slightly glitched for Lego Technic Esports team because they're sitting on their pit box there, but I don't see any stop time counting up. So the way it looks on my timing screen looks like they're crashed with speed at 0 and no pit lane presence. So that always worries me a little bit when I see that. But no, Lego Technic Esports, they seem to be fine. Seems to be a scheduled stop for them, and soon they'll be off and away.
The teammates are going to join them as well in the pit lane, obviously, as you can see. The 91 Coanda with Jeremy Bouteloup.
Yeah.
Maybe driver swap because we had that on the number 92.
Yeah, they've both been following pretty much the same schedule on that as well with the driver changes. So you could expect one out of the 91 because we are seeing one going on for the number 92 car.
Team Red Line Blue also dropping down the order somewhat as they also well, they haven't come down in just yet, but we'll see them on towards the pit lane soon. Jeremy Bouteloup just again patiently trundling his way down the pit lane, and this is the tricky thing about this. Well, not so much the tricky thing, but the frustrating thing about this pit stop is that you're waiting forever to get to your pit stall, and finally get that fueling and tire changing and potentially driver changing process into effect here. So let's see what happens here with Jeremy Bouteloup. And, well, he is giving way, and who is it going to be stepping in? It is Paschalis Judges that's decided to get inside that number 91 VRS kind of sim sports car to take it for another couple of stints here. And I assume with that, they're also going to be taking the pressure tires, of course.
Actually, first 2 stints for Gergis, to be very honest.
Yeah, still stationary there down on towards the pit lane. But yeah, you are absolutely right. That is the first appearance for Paschalis Georgis in this race. Speaking of, that is also the first appearance for this driver in the event. Dane Warren getting behind the wheel of that Lego Technic Esports car. So that's his first stint for that car as well. So I think at this point, David, it might be the fact that the drivers are now starting to hand over to the night shift, in a sense. Those drivers that are in a better position to be able to take these hours. Maybe it's a little bit more comfortable for them. Although saying that, Pascal Sturgis, he's from Greece, right? If I'm not mistaken. So therefore, it is like 2 or 3 a.m. is this time. So maybe that doesn't make much sense as far as I'm concerned. But still, sleep schedules and all that might be different, and might be ready and raring to go at this point as we.
Yeah. There is a few cars like Apex Racing Team where we've seen sort of 2 drivers so far, like an opening driver, then back to another driver, and then back to that same driver, and then back to the second driver again. So we might be starting to see the emergence of, you know, the third and then towards the 4th drivers for the first time in some of these cars.
Yeah, that certainly makes a whole bunch of sense to me. There's Jamie Fluke out there. Has been doing
this has been the Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jamie Fluke show in this car so far.
They do have options though. They have Maxime Briant and Zach Campbell that are also available to get in that car at any time as well. Of course, Zach Campbell's going to be particularly useful, especially coming into towards this portion of the race, where it's a little bit of a better time out there in the US. So it may be a bit fresher, a bit more ready to go racing than Jamie, which is we'll get it here in here in the British Isles, the UK. Of course, we are in we're coming up towards 11 p.m. at the moment, so starting to get a little bit late. Not terribly late, not 2 or 3 in the morning late, but it's getting on a bit, and that would be the same for most of the European drivers as well. So, like I said, David, this might be the point where we start seeing a lot of those 3rd and 4th drivers from the US, from Asia, and Australia, New Zealand, etc., start to come into the cars. Because again, you got to minimize the fatigue.
Yeah, maybe other obligations for some of the other drivers are given way, and they're now ready to jump in and do their work and their stints and their obligations in this race, and might have been happy with 2 drivers working together early on, and now it's time to mix it up a little bit to make sure you've got that 24-hour coverage and always someone in the car, and probably almost always someone on standby as well. You'd want.
It would be good to have that contingency there, Lorenzo, because so many times, and in fact, in most of the iRacing 24-hour events, the special events, there have been occasions where a driver has internet problems, hardware problems, whatever, and they drop from the race, and there's no one available from their team to take over their car for a bit.
Yeah. I'm going to say I think the best example we might have gotten this past week or past 2 weekends might be the Embiid's crashing. I think it was the Embiid's in the Porsche 24 driven by Redline and the iRacing Spot 24, where I think his internet crashed right after he opened up the lap, and as a replacement was just one Max Verstappen to take over the car. He was just getting ready to go for his stint, because I think Dan Beats was about 5 laps short or 4 laps short going to the pit lane. So he put a damper on the team, but they had such of a comfortable gap or sizable gap to the other cars behind that I think they only lost 1-2 spots in the process. And eventually Max fought, I think, for 5th until the very end of the race. So sometimes there are some good replacements you can find.
The food chat is continuing. You wouldn't have thought this was an endurance race broadcast, right? Let's just say I'm Rachel saying I might have to put the Southern USA up against the Brits for comfort food. Yeah, I've heard good things about Southern cuisine in the US. I should go over there and try it sometime. I have been to the US before. I've been to Florida.
I passed off on the opportunity for a catfish dinner.
Should have gone for it. But I have been to the US before, but I don't really count it because it was to Florida, or Orlando, Florida, and it was to the Disney park. So I don't really count it as seeing the US because that is a very sanitized sort of view of everything. You know, it's you go there for the parks rather than to go and see other parts of even the state, let alone the entirety of the US. So I do want to go at some point, just to maybe travel around the place a little bit in the States and just to get to see, you know, what it's really like in different places there, because, you know, the culture is pretty varied from place to place.
I think
And also
David
food.
yeah, I think David might have some best example than me, to be very honest, because I think the farthest I've been to the U.S., I mean, if we're going to talk about East, going to West Coast, might have been, I don't know which one's farthest. I think it is Louisiana. I think I've been to NOLA for a week. Real fun week, by the way. I wish I had the time to tell that story, but I'll save it for another day.
You'll save it for part 3 of this broadcast.
Yeah, I'll save for the part 3 of the broadcast to make people are entertained. But they have some interesting cuisine right there because of the bayou and the involvement with the Mardi Gras and everything else that involves more like the African American culture and how they eat food. It's very interesting.
Combine that with some of the like French culinary traditions as well. It's I think some of the interesting flavors and foods of that area is the unique mix of American cuisine, French cuisine, Caribbean cuisine, etc., etc.
Yeah, it reminds me. I knew someone from Louisiana. You know, that's quite a varied cuisine. So again, we're on food topic again, but. Speaking of, well, we do have a battle on track. This P1 Esports losing the position to Arnage competition through Lecombe. They'll try and fight it back through the corners, but there's only so much they can do, considering, again, it is a old tyres versus new tyres situation. Arnage on the new tyres, able to get through pretty quickly. But yeah, I'm a fan of things like Cajun spices and stuff like that, which is the Louisiana thing, I suppose.
Yeah, and it's good to see that again. This difference of cuisines and cultures like that is something similar here in Brazil. To be very honest, because we have so many different cultures here in Brazil. I got more the Argentinian, Spanish, a little bit of the Argentinian, Spanish, Uruguayan, and then the Brazilian culture that kind of mix it up. And the main food over here would be the barbecue, or like traditional food barbecue that we kind of exported to United States and so many other countries. But if you go to other places like Rio, or you go to Belo Horizonte, you get other types of culture, food cultures they have, which are pretty famous as well. And the United States have those different things. I don't know. David has been to Indiana, if I recall correctly, to Indianapolis. I might be wrong. I think the food culture, or the culture they have in terms of cuisine, might be a little bit different than what you normally see in NOLA in other places.
Yeah, we went to one interesting local, not chain place in Indianapolis, and I can't for the life of me remember what it was called, but they gave us bumper stickers and everything, and it was pretty local.
MSI Esports completing their pit stop, and off and away they come. Again, yet another pit stop cycle we're in right now. So
Driver swap, by the way.
Yeah. So yeah, indeed, Mark Perez behind the wheel of the MSI Esports Ferrari. Let's see if there are any further driver changes. And in fact, I can tell you already, because there is Zach Campbell making an appearance for the Apex Racing team number 98. So first appearance behind the wheel of that car for Zach Campbell. What was this I was saying about the night shift starting with some of the drivers from the US and elsewhere deciding to appear because of the time zones now?
To be fair, I thought Maxime would be handed the car first, not Zach Campbell. But hey, instead of one fast driver, you got another fast driver. So I think.
It's
Makes sense though to the point Connor was making though. Zach Campbell from the USA still has quite a bit of life in his evening to go, whereas it is starting to get a little bit late for Maxime Briant in France, and then of course by the time he serves out a couple stints, by the end be quite late as well. So it might make more sense for the way that they're approaching it to leave Zach in for a while and then have someone like Maxime Briant fresh and ready to go when it's morning time where he's at.
So I've just seen this in the chat. JG saying okay for fellow Americans, so I couldn't possibly have an opinion on this. When you have fried catfish, is spaghetti an acceptable side or not? And that stood out as weird to me because I've never considered spaghetti a side. It's usually the main bulk of the meal, right? Why would spaghetti be a side? A side, I imagine, would be like corn on the cob or wings or something like that. Not spaghetti. Just in general, not even for catfish in particular.
I'm not going to say it's
general.
wrong. I'm just going to say it's different.
Yeah, unusual. Put it best.
That is what we'll go with. Let's see. There's ASR Able Esports down on towards the pit lane again. These are just the final sort of drivers to come down in this particular pit stop cycle. Although the difference is this time around that Williams Esports do not lead after everyone else has come down in. They are remaining in second place for the moment, which is a little bit different compared to what the situation that we had through the last pit stop cycle. And well, there we go. It just goes to show how quickly that Team Redline number 71 car has been going over the course of the last while. So Maximilian Beneca putting in a fantastic amount of effort behind the wheel of that Ferrari to get it into the position that it is in right now. Williams Esports, though, they P2 for now, but again, they haven't just come down on towards the pit lane just yet for their pit stop service. And I just now realized that we have not done a RaceSpotTV fan immersion this entire time in this portion of the broadcast. So I guess this is now as good a time as any to bring that in and to give us a little bit of a break. I'll be honest, I need to go and grab some water. But are there any suggestions from either of you two about which car we want to go on board with for a couple of laps?
I would say Pure Sims, but have we gone with Pure Sims already?
I don't know. is the answer to that one. I don't know if we
I
have.
can remember. Why not Pure Sims?
Why not Pure Sims? So here we go. Here's a ride on board for a couple of laps with Ross McFarlane from Pure Sims Esports. Enjoy the sounds of that Audi. We'll be right back in a couple of moments' time. Bye-bye. was a couple of laps on boards there with Ross McFarlane from Pure Sims Esports. And, well, thank you very much for joining us, everyone, on this marathon of a race, the SCO 24 Hours of Spa. It's a pleasure to be able to bring this to you on RaceSpotTV. My name's Connery Maddock. I'm joined by David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda for this one. It's worth recapping, though, the situation regarding the prize money, because this is what makes this event just that little bit more different compared to every single endurance event that has gone by previously. Because there's the prize pool, or at least the prize, well, how the prize is split up. First place team gets $3,000, second place team gets $2,000, third place team gets $1,300, and then you can see it split all the way down into P8, 9, and 10, all get themselves $300. So that's what the drivers are racing for here today. It just adds a little bit more meaning to the whole situation here, David. It's gone all the days where we have 24-hour endurance races for the fun of it, it seems. It's good to see that now there's a real, not so much tangible achievement at the end, but you actually get rewarded for your best efforts during the race.
Well, it brings out some of the best teams and sim racers around the world. It raises the level of the competition, and that alone makes this a race worth winning. But then, of course, you add in some of those quite valuable prizes that are going out at the end. So it just is one more element to add to the race to really say we are competing with some of the highest level competitors that there are.
Yeah, you have everyone and their mother in the race as far as the highest level of esports racing on iRacing is concerned. You have the likes of Redline, MSI, Commander, Apex, Williams, RAG, everyone up there, including Wheeler Racing Team, Euronics, Altus. Basically, you think of a name in iRacing Esports, and they're probably in this race.
Yeah, and I think the best thing is that I think I mentioned this on the on the iRacing Spa 24 I had last week. I said that kind of jokingly. That was basically the reward before the 24, like the real 24, because people might consider this the real 24. They use that like that as a thermometer to see where the cars are standing. Of course, it is a different BOP or balance of performance, but it was a good parameter to see if the car setup was actually okay, if the pace was okay, if there was adjustments needed. And whenever you come to this race, the car was somewhat prepared because they're running on pretty much similar conditions to what they ran last week.
Apart from the BOP. That's the only thing that's different coming into this one, which is why you see different manufacturers are towards the very front of the field, and it's not just the BMW Fest up there. It's a little bit more variety. And we're continuing to, by the way, to watch this trio for P13 work their way around. I mean, there's been, this whole thing between Altus, Pure Sims, Arnage. It seems like the trio, David, has survived through the pit stop phase and has been maintained.
Indeed, so it has. Similar strategy for all of them. Of course, Pure Sims and Arnage still pitting on the same lap. Altus pitting a little bit later. Have rejoined sort of right out in front, haven't they? The fringes of these spots. Of course, that's the 83 there, and it's the 43 now back up into 10th.
Yeah, so two Altus Esports cars in this event. A lot of teams have multiple representatives here today, like Team Redline, like Commander, a couple of others as well. So it's you are allowed to do that. It's nothing stopping you from putting in two teams for the event, as long as you have the talent to back it up, I suppose. That is absolutely fine. Let's have a look at this continuing battle going on for P10 as well. And in fact, there is a little bit of a swap. And there's also Altus Esports involved in this as well. MSI Esports Red able to squeeze through. on the fresher tyres, most importantly, as they got cycled back into a little bit of traffic after their pit stop, which is not entirely beneficial. And now you can see that car diving down the inside of Altus Esports there. I don't think they were too. That is in fact your race leader, Redline, just completely going for a gap, I suppose, is the way I'll say it.
Complete disregard for human life, some would say.
Going for a trip to Brussels, through Brussels, corner there. Yeah, they had really no overlap, and they, coming down the inside here, and Altus sort of had no other option except to go, okay, that's well ambitious, but through they go. You can only hope then in that situation that you can then slipstream off the leader for a little bit, and that the time you've lost from that, you can kind of maybe gain back overall.
Oh, look at this little fight then, still going on. This is the trio that we were watching before, involving Pure Sims, Altus and Arnage competition, and Altus, well, all of a sudden they go from the very head of the train to the very tail. I have to wonder what exactly caused this entire sequence of passes. Let's cycle things back and have a look. So there's Altus ahead of ahead of the leading car of the three. And is it a slight moment coming down in towards Puon? Yes, it is. Not the first time we've seen a driver or team do that. And it has allowed Pure Sims to go through, and there is Arnage looking to complete the move on the brakes in towards Lafanya. They get pretty close through the apex of the first corner, but Altus Esports have to cut their losses there. So that is a very quick lesson in, one mistake turning into many lost positions there for Altus Esports. They lose those two, but the saving grace for them is that they didn't spin all the way around, they didn't have any bits of contact, so therefore they can still keep up with this train.
With the balance of performance having almost every car at 97% power or so, I think that puts more pressure on the teams to slim the cars out low downforce, and maybe that's why we see a few cars just not look stable in the 4th and 5th gear corners.
Possibly.
Good question. It's tricky because looking at if we're to grab the official one last weekend, I think the only car who had lost of power was the Porsche, if I recall correctly. They lost 0.25 or half of its power. Not half of its power, but 0.05 of its power. And it's interesting. They were running low wing too. Like the majority of the setups I saw were at 2 wing. That's really low for a car, especially at Spa. It makes the car, of course, it gives you speed, but at the same time, it makes the car a little bit more twitchy in some scenarios. I'm interested to see what would be the compromise of some teams who are trying to find that right balance of setup.
Here's the view of Carlos Fenalosa in the Logitech G Altus Esports car. Of course, he was put in that car not too long ago, and these are his first laps in the car. So again, another driver change to a completely new driver. That seems to be the theme for the last set of stops here in this event. So maybe the mistakes is just starting to set in, just because they're not as used to the track conditions, the way the race is being raced at the moment. So they'll go up to speed pretty shortly. But I got to say though, for Carlos, I mean, there's certainly no doubt as to which football club he supports there, David.
I reckon I'm the wrong person to throw to with that kind of commentary.
Surely that's like Arsenal or something, right? No,
I don't know. If he had more sense, he'd be a fan of the mighty Geelong Cats, who had a 20-point win over the North Melbourne Kangaroos yesterday in Tasmania.
Nice.
There we go. That's the kind of football that we need to be watching, to be honest. The football that also needs watching is Gaelic football as well. The kind of game that's played in Ireland, which is...
And they have a competition between Australia and Ireland, which is a hybrid of the two rules.
Yeah, because Aussie...
Weird. They're like, this is weird, and we're like, this is weird, but somehow managed to make it work, and it's kind of cool.
Yeah, because Aussie football and the Gaelic football are relatively similar. At least from a lay viewer, I think is probably the best way to say. You have very similar pitches, you have very similar hosts, I suppose. But yeah.
You two talk about that kind of football. I'm gonna pull my Italian over here and say the calcio, which is not a football, but it is a sport of a different kind. Even though they use the name calcio, which for them is football.
I mean, I grew up in a place where football was not the sport of choice. So yeah, because I grew up in Wales, South Wales in particular. Here in the UK, where the game of choice was rugby union.
Okay, so Gaelic football has like soccer goals, and it's played on a square pitch with a round ball. None of those things are the same as AFL.
Right. Okay, but maybe I'm thinking of something else then.
But they can still like run carrying it, and they bounce it and stuff, and I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't Gaelic football actually had also 3 goalkeepers? Or something like that.
Oh yeah, they have goalkeepers. AFL doesn't have goalkeepers.
Like the plural goalkeepers. But yeah, it's I mean, it's one of those things where the sport is very popular in one place and absolutely nowhere else. Reminds me of a sport in the US called American football. Simone Ricciano
Canadians kind of are interested in play it sometimes.
I don't know. The thing is, like with Americans, they call the baseball the World Series, and I'm like, it's not really the world though, is it? Because like it's like 2 countries that can take part in that. Like
here's the thing, Connery,
it's not a World
for
Series,
them,
it has 2 countries.
Here's the thing, for Americans, everything is world. Like NBA, they are world champions. For ball, they are like American football world champions. World Series of baseball, they are the world champions in baseball. It's just an American thing, man. You gotta make the thing more. It's like you're giving Zaz the thing that usually makes sell things.
Marketing. Car World Series at least had the decency to come to Australia and Japan and stuff.
Yeah. Randy's saying it is absolutely the World Series. I think we've touched a nerve there. Simone's saying rugby good sport, noble one. Rugby noble sport because of after-match sportsmanship. Yeah, they don't tend to crowd the referee for a decision and get up in their faces and things like that. They don't tend to. Of course, it sometimes happens, but it's put down quite swiftly by the officials if they do that. So yeah, there's a lot more respect, I suppose, to the officials in rugby than compared to football and I guess a lot of other sports as well. Randy's saying there are professional baseball leagues in the USA, Japan, Korea, China, Dominican Republic, and other countries. The US is the peak of baseball competition in the world and is the championship series of that league. But, Randy...
Randy, stop. Stop.
Thing is, do those countries have, like, I'm not entirely familiar with the whole World Series thing, but do those countries have the opportunity to compete for the World Series championship? Or is it just the North American countries? Like, I'm not sure of that answer. I have too many things on my screen right now to even look it up. But yeah, if they're not, then you can't just say, "Oh, we're the world champions," even though the world wasn't even invited to your game.
All right, here's the thing, though, which makes it even better. He says about being the peak of the world. How come then, in the 2020 season, the MVPs of each conference, because they have conference people, like Americans don't, it's not like 40 teams all together, they have conferences. Anyway, how come the 2 best players during the regular season are not Americans? One is Canadian, the other one is from Cuba. Furthermore, the favorite to actually win one of the MVPs this season is not even American, it is Japanese.
Yeah, which is what Randy has just said there. But I get the point that the players can move to the US, but there's no club that's based in anywhere other than the US or Canada that can even compete in that series. So it's not really a World Series. That's all I'm saying. Okay, I didn't mean to be make it into a huge debate here. But at least that's where I stand. If you don't invite the world and all the different clubs around the world to your competition, it's not a world championship. There we go. I'll get off my soapbox now.
But tradition football is better. At least they have a World Club Championship. They invite Canada, so it's a World Championship.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I have to see what the response is. Hey, we invite Canada, so that's why it's the World Championship. Yeah, that doesn't fly with me, JG. It doesn't fly with me. Meanwhile, out there on track, remember, we do have a little bit of a little situation here between MSI Esports and RAG Esports. Both on very similar tyres at the moment. 9 and 12 laps in their stints respectively. They took both of them took tyres last time around, and seems like RAG continuing to apply the pressure onto the back of that Ferrari ahead of him down in towards Brussels. Getting a bit too close for comfort, in fact, and yeah, 2 or 3 tenths of a second between them.
Yeah, so with things spacing out a little bit more up the front, there's quite a lot of these good battles just happening around the fringes of the top 10. In fact, everyone from 9th through to 15th is in some kind of battle. There's these two cars here. Then you look 5 seconds down the road at the Altus 43 and Urano Esports, and then Pure Sims Arnard and Altus Esports 83 inseparable as well. So it could get very, very interesting in these battles for the last dollar-paying positions, the last positions in the top 10 around 8th, 9th and 10th around the end, if it still remains oh so close around those positions, when, as we talked about, 10th gets a little payday, 11th gets nothing.
Yeah, thing is though, battles for P8, 9 and 10, we can reference the we can reference the prize breakdown again here, and that we can see that 8th, 9th and 10th all get the same amount of prize money. It's only when you step up to P7 is when you get an increase, and even then you're being rewarded the same amount of money as finishing in 6th place. So it's these sorts of borders that we'll look at here. So maybe a potential battle for P7 and 8 and for P5 and 6, for example. So those would be the important things. At least as far as prize money is concerned, I know not everyone particularly cares about prize money. They just go, as long as the racing is fine, and then it shouldn't really matter. And I would tend to agree with you. But this is one of the first times that this has happened with regards to having such a large prize pool for a 24-hour racing endurance event. So we do have to focus on the money just that little bit more. But RAG Esports right now, they are in the money. They are in that 10th place. But P9 certainly a very good possibility. Blanky saying the NBA shortened for National Basketball Association, hence American Championship. The World Championship is during the Olympics. Yeah, I would say so, because the world is invited to that competition. So it's a World Championship technically.
I like that the Australian national basketball team is called the Boomers.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
They're not though. Like they're not Boomers. But at least I would have hoped. Although I would love to see a whole bunch of 50 to 60 to 70-year-olds just trying to play basketball. That would be, that would give me an excuse to pay for Eurosport and watch the events.
here's the thing. If you want to see 60, 70 or year old individuals, there's a movie for that.
I don't get what you're referencing.
It's a movie for boomers.
I still don't get what you're referencing.
Okay, I tried. I'll give up.
I didn't get it either, man. So,
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not alone.
It's late in the night.
It is, but it seems like RHG here, you see the flashing in and out a bit. They seem to have a couple of connection problems at the moment for Kenton Bialate, so that's not exactly ideal. Hopefully he stays with us. As, sometimes the connection can get quite bad, but it's not bad enough for you to drop entirely from the server. So let's hope that that's the case there for Quentin. As you can see him dropping in and out of existence. We'll have to move the cameras away from that, I am afraid. But meanwhile, it does give us an excuse to have a look at this. And how about that? That is VRS Coanda Simsport, and that is Apex Racing Team. So VRS number 91 being caught and now might be coming under threat from the Apex Racing Team car, and well, the Lego Technic car is in quite close proximity as well.
he's closing up 3rd, 4th, and 5th, isn't it? And with 3 brand new drivers for all these cars as of their last pit stops.
Yeah.
Pash Jurgis, Zach Campbell, Dane Warren. Get his foot caught in a closing door here for Apex Racing Team. This is like a closing gap in between what's ostensibly 2 Coanda cars.
It's the well, people wrongly say he's in a Coanda sandwich, but you don't name the sandwich based on the bread. So it's a Coanda bread sandwich, and the Apex is the filling at the moment here. And it can get a little bit worrying when you have teammates, well, from another team ahead and behind you. You can get caught out into a bit of an awkward situation there with that car towards the very back of the pack getting aggressive with you just because they want to relieve the heat somewhat off of their teammate in front of them. That's usually how these things go. But all of them are on similar strategies at the moment. They're not on exactly the same. There's a little bit of difference in terms of the exact lap they came down in by about 4 laps swing. But they are all on relatively similar aged tyres here, which is why it was all of a sudden pretty surprising that they'd all closed up together.
I don't know who can we attribute this get one closer to one another, because if we were to talk about the only difference is that Zach Campbell is actually better on field than both cars in the Coanda and the Coanda side. Coanda has 19 and 18 laps. Zach is on 14 laps, so that's a good thing. That if Zach wants to play that way, he can try to conserve as much fuel as he can, and maybe get the jump on Coanda whenever they come down into pit lane and try to open up the gap once he's actually in the clear. But it's interesting to see if any of the Coanda cars, especially the one in the back, which is Dane Warren, will allow that kind of maneuver from that Lamborghini.
We'll just have to watch and wait and see, shouldn't we? People already watching sim racing while the real race is on at the same time. Well, there's no reason why you can't put both on. I mean, I used to do that with watching multiple Counter-Strike games at the same time back when I was super into that. I still am. It's just not as much as things have gone all into the online world. The excitement from those sorts of games were more the fact they were on LAN and in arenas and things like that. So once those come back into fruition, then I'll be more interested in that. But yeah, usually in the group stages of Counter-Strike tournaments, they would have like 4 games going on at the same time, and people would just multi-twitch it and have all 4 games up at the same time. You do obviously have to pay particular attention to one at a time, but if you just have both up, then sure, that's pretty easily done, paying attention to what's going on in both races. So yeah, even though it's a bit inconvenient to be scheduled over the top of the real life Spa race, it's not impossible to watch both at the same time.
Yeah, I got my second monitor. I kind of split up the web browser in half, and one of the web browsers has the Spot 24, and then I'm watching the production feed on the other one.
See, so if Lorenzo can do it, anyone can do it. That's what I'll say.
Love for me, boys.
I got 4 monitors and I've got the Wikipedia article for Gaelic football still up on one of them. And apparently, as the professionalism of the athletes has increased, they score more points and less goals from longer distances. So says the graph in the article.
Okay.
What did you? Hold up, sorry, I was far from the microphone. What do they consider long distances, though?
Well, there's 2 methods of scoring, right? One is scoring a goal like in the net, similar to soccer, and then the other is there's like taller goalposts that you can score like above, and those are like worth less points, I think, but
Something like rugby.
But you know they're easier to score numerous of. Like if there were more field goals than tries in rugby competition or something. Anyway, Apex looking to make a move to get out of the sandwich.
There we go. They've escaped. It's all gone all over the floor. Someone will have to clean it up. But yeah, Apex.
Now it's an Apex train, and he's the conductor.
There we go. That's a different way of thinking about it. It's advanced psychology there. But yeah, Apex threw up into 3rd place in this event with a pass that's, on merit and, on the same strategy as VRS Grind Sim Sports. So, yeah, looking pretty good for them at the moment. Let's see if they're able to pull away, though. That's sometimes a completely different issue. Sometimes the pass isn't really that worth it if you can't get away. Looks like they've been able to pull a okay gap already. Let's see if they are able to make the most of that now coming in the next couple of laps. And what's the situation here for the two, two technically Coanda cars here at the NP4 and 5? Do they have a little bit of a team order situation where the Coanda 91 gets out of the way of the Lego Technic car, or are they just going to continue to roll around just like this? I think we'll get to see our answer pretty soon, Lorenzo.
It's gonna be. It's one of those things that, as long as they're giving a good run, it's okay, you know. But for now, to be very honest, this is the point of the race. You can try some different things. So if they can keep running on like that, good for them. But I think for now, just looking, I think they're pretty much set with the strategy that they have. They wouldn't try anything different. Or I might have missed the point.
Sorry, I'm having to have a little bit of a chat with Hugo there, our producer from the first portion of the stream. And once we're done here, and once we get to the halfway point, Hugo will be back in the producer's seat to take you through the rest of the broadcast. And of course, he's responsible for producing Porsche Deutschland a little bit later on on Sunday as well. So it's a very long set of hours for Mr. Hugo Luis, who is our wonderful co-CEO and creative director here at iRacing, at RaceSpot. He wishes he was the creative director at iRacing, but no, it's a little bit too optimistic for him to be able to get.
Never say never.
Yeah, never say never. I mean, you know, he is looking to move out of Brazil as soon as is feasible. I know you're looking to move out as well, Lorenzo.
I'm in the process. Let's see.
Have you had any news on that job offer?
No, I have an interview this Monday. The technical interview this Monday.
Ah, okay. I
have to do some study tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah,
so far, I need to brush up on my coding skills.
Yeah, I mean, I also did my degree in computer science, and I haven't used it since I graduated, so well, I haven't used it for actual work since I graduated. Of course, there's a little.
I thought you were going to say you haven't used it for good, only for evil.
Don't put it past me, David. Don't put it past me. I might create some weird AI that goes on a rampage or something. No, I'm not good enough to do that. I didn't get good enough grades. I didn't look good.
Basically, when now Connery says that he's going to get sponsored by Facebook to actually retake that AI, they actually created a new code. Because their AI created a new language. Now Connery is going to expand upon that. Or Domination. It's kind of 2.0.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah, but I will admit, I didn't do particularly well in my degree, but my partner did, so that makes up for it, right? We did the same degree, but in 2 different unis. Let's see. Again, the chat is just sports, as well as what JG saying. A touchdown is worth 6 points, and the field goal after a touchdown is worth 1 point. A field goal by itself is 3 points in American football. Yeah. I've completely forgot what that was in reference to, but yes, good information there.
Oh, we're talking about Gaelic football, but yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but I think back in the day, the field goal was actually worth more than touchdown, but I think they didn't revert to the rule. I heard someone say that, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Anyway, we're inside the final 15 hours of this race. Oh my god, this is such a long time before this race is done. We are still yet to even get towards the halfway point of this one. It's been a very, very long innings indeed. But the thing is, time flies when you're having fun, and I've had a whole bunch of fun here on this segment, so we do not have to worry about such things here. The race is ticking along quite nicely, I would say. Team Redline in the 71 car lead this race by quite a dominant margin at the moment. I think all things considered, it's looking very, very, very good indeed for them at the very front of the field now. MSI Esports up into 2nd place, Apex in 3rd at the moment, which is pretty good going for them. Lego Technic 4th, Quanda number 91 in 5th place for the moment. Another pit stop coming into effect though, that is, let's see, who's that done on towards the pit lane? That is R8G Esports with Quentin Violatti behind the wheel of the car, and well, coming down in for another service. Got to be careful with the pit wall though, in that hairpin in the middle of pit lane. Of course, one of the only circuits that actually has an actual corner in the middle of pit lane.
Yeah, and we saw one of the most unusual things in this race, I think, was Core getting overtaken by Pierce. I think it was Pearson who overtook Core earlier in this race in the pit lane. Because Core, I think, had ran out of fuel, and Davidson just, like, I think was Carl Jensen put the car on the side and got overtook by the Pearson's car, right on the hill descent. Normally you don't see, like, we see passes in the pit lane, right? We normally don't see passes while you're running in the pit lane.
Yeah, we don't usually see that. So yeah. Yeah, again, like we'll continue to watch and see Quentin Violatti get himself the pit stop service in effect. Not expecting a driver change at this point. Close situation out on track though still, despite Apex getting past one of the Commander cars. The other Commander car, the Lego Technic Esports team car, has not been shaken, so to speak. They've been stirred instead. There we go. There's my reference. But Apex continuing to hold on to this position. They're rightfully gay. Woohoo! My word, what was that? Oh my God! Orion Race Team. I mean, if you needed waking up, everyone, I'm glad to have provided the necessary scream. But Orion Race Team giving a huge fright to both Apex and to Lego Technic Esports.
I'm not going to say it because I actually had a pun, but that is not the move you really want to do. Especially at the exit of the Jackie X corner. Looks like there is... the car got light during the transfer, and... oh, it got really light during the transition. was just riding in front of the P3 in this race.
A lot of curb on the way in as well. It might have just been a little bit too much.
Well, yeah, we'll get the Onboard with the Orion car just a bit. I just want to see what the reaction from Dane Warren, not Dave Warren. Oh, he couldn't even see a thing until he get the angle around the Apex car to figure out what was going on. So good job from Dane Warren to be able to avoid all of what was happening ahead of him there. Let's have a look now at the Orion race team and see what happens to cause them to go into that wild spin through Jackie X corner. Up on the curb, well, a bit too much entry curb. Car was never settled through the middle, and it's the typical also Lamborghini breaking rear traction.
It's weird, you know, because normally the cars actually take a considerable amount of curb on the entry to make sure the car gets a little. It's not offset. It's kind of offsets on purpose, going to the entry, but they can kind of control the car going to the corner entry. So I think the car just didn't react in the expected way that my DM wanted to expect that the car would react.
Wow.
Smooth sailing that time, but still not quite troubling the Apex. But better that than disaster, and we were very, very close to disaster, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. I think Apex need to get their heart rates down. Same with Lego Technic Esports as well, because that could have been a race-ending incident for the both of them. If that Orion race team car was just in a slightly more wrong place at a slightly more wrong time for them. But they were both able to avoid everything that was going on. But my words, like I would have. Like, I wish I had paid my, like we had one of the cameras up at the time, because I would have wanted to see the reaction there from Zach Campbell and Dane Warren, because they must have a huge amount of surprise.
Imagine if they were like, oh, okay, there's a car spinning. Ooh, okay. Car spun, okay.
Imagine if they just didn't react. Just like, what? You're just like a robot. But yeah, we did have the Lego Technic Esports car head their way down on towards the pit lane for another pit stop service. So it's the new in around this time usually, so this is not entirely surprising for the number 92 Porsche to bring themselves in to get their service done. So there we go. We have been seeing a couple more double stints over the course of the nighttime hours here. Seems like that's going to continue on as well. Lego Technic Esports down and then into the secondary part of the pit lane, and soon will be in their pit box and ready to take their service. By the way, if you're wondering what the status of this three-car trio was, well, they're still at it. It's Pure Sims Esports leading the three-car train for P12 at the moment, with Arnage in 13th and Altus Esports in 14th. So those guys continuing to be each other's best friends at the moment, especially with regards to fuel strategy. Well, at least for those two that are behind the leader of the pack.
Yeah, for me, what is the most mind-boggling attribute from these three cars is that I think a few laps back, they were about, I think, 10 or something seconds in comparison to what is the Florian Denard's car, the first of the Logitech Altus Esports. I think they were in the train involved with also Urano, but the gap widened to 15 seconds. So even though they are saving fuel somewhat in between these three cars, they have not been able to close any gap whatsoever to those first guys that are threatening to go into the top three. Into the top 10.
So we'll have to, yeah. Again, this, you know, on the face of it, it doesn't seem like this is a relatively important battle, but, and it's a big but. It might become important a little bit later on, because, you know, what might happen to some other cars inside of the top 10, which will mean this is not a battle for P12, it might be a battle for 10th or 9th or 8th, you know. And it's not just that, but also, again, like I said, the fuel saving strat. It's going to launch these cars maybe a little bit further up the field than they were expecting. They're all sitting about 15 seconds behind Altus Esports number 43, which is the next car down the road compared to them in P11 at the moment. So still a lot of work to do for these guys, but certainly something that's not impossible for, well, the remaining 14 hours left in this event. I am going to, oh, no, there we go. I was afraid the timer had stopped just for a second. It seems to be have been a problem, the problem that we had in the Charlotte 4-hour, in fact, where the graphics had stopped updating all of a sudden, and it just showed a frozen time and a frozen gap, gaps between the cars. But it seems like everything is absolutely fine at the moment, and we can continue on. But we are getting pretty close to the point where I'm going to have to be quiet, otherwise I'll be annoying people that I live with. So I don't want to do that. So I'm going to have to be another 10-15 minutes of me blabbering on aimlessly before I'll have to leave you in the rather capable hands of both David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda until the halfway point, and then we'll get another changeover. So
get it all out of your system, Connery.
Yeah, I'm trying. You know, I'm trying to fill the air with pointless rambling. So I hope I'm doing a good job at it. I don't usually do these portions of endurance races. I'll be completely honest. I usually either do the first 6 hours or the last 6 hours because I hate doing this. That's maybe a little bit too. Well, that's simply not true because the SCO is a fantastic competition. But Pure Sims Esports down on towards the pit lane, and Ross McFarlane deciding that he wants out of that trio, David, and down towards the pit lane he comes.
We also just had the 91 VRS Coanda SimSport car leave pit lane, fuel only for Pasturgis. So he's going to rejoin, link up with his teammate, and then we'll see where he is relative to Apex a little bit further after that as well. Didn't find his pace in the first stint particularly enlightening, but again, you never judge too early because we could be just saving the tyres here and then really do something good in this next stint.
Yeah, so that's the objective for Pash, but you can see that there's a little bit of congestion up in this portion of the circuit, and we can actually bring the track map up just here. You can see that it's this portion, congestion in this portion of the track on the way through here towards Lafania, but there's also a lot of congestion down near the pit straight as well. So there's you know, clumping together here sometimes, Lorenzo, and that's just a natural thing that sort of happens in endurance racing. You know, so sometimes everything's spread out, sometimes everything just sort of magically all clumps up together, and you get these trains of traffic that the race leaders have to deal with. So it's normal endurance racing things, I suppose. David, making fun of my use of clumping. It's a good word, okay?
You want to add it before I go, David?
No, that was all I had.
Okay. No, but I think this is one of those I like to say interesting hours. Of course, the best hours are usually the last hours of the race, last 3, 4, even 6 hours of the race are where the action happens, right? But I like these more like quiet hours because even though the field kind of spreads it out apart, just because they are on different strategies or they're mixing it up a little bit, is that you don't see who has an upper hand or a certain individual, because everything usually kind of converges on the final hours. You can run some very nifty and interesting strategies throughout the whole night portion. Then when you come to the earlier portion of the race is where you might see if your strategy has gone shambles or you have to switch it up and try to make up ground eventually. So I like this night portion. It might seem dull for terms of, you know, side-by-side racing or close racing or hard racing, but I think in terms of, you know, chess some chess games alike or something like that, I like it. As we're seeing Battle for P24.
I'm enjoying it as well. It's, so you can take a little bit more of a relaxed approach to these the broadcast. And well, TV1 Triton Racing holding on to this P24 at the moment compared to P1 Esports. A couple of pit stops happening ahead, which is why you see a couple of changes of position on the tower there. Bavano again comes Arnage is in the pit lane right now. But apart from a couple of instances, we haven't had too many huge dramas here at the moment. But with that, P1 Esports, a little bit of an aggressive look on TV1 Triton Racing. And in fact, I will treat everyone to a RaceSpotTV fan immersion on board with Raffaele Rezak, P1 Esports in the BMW as they try to chase down that Audi directly ahead of them and try and get past them. But when we come back, unfortunately, it will be only, well, I would have to step away and, well, but fortunately, it will be David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda continuing on for the rest of the segment, at least until the halfway point. So we'll remain on board with Raffaele Rezak and P1 Esports. But for now, well, I'll have to say goodbye, but you're still in very capable hands.
There we go, on board with P1 Esports for a little bit. Welcome back as we continue coverage on RaceSpotTV of the VRS SCO 24 hours of Spa, 14 hours, 28 minutes to go. Lots of changes to the tracks yet to come throughout the night, then back into the day to mix up the tyre strategy. It's me, David Haynes, with Lorenzo Bonda. Lorenzo, what are we thinking?
What are we thinking? How do you take your coffee, hey David? Because we both got coffee.
Absolutely, we both did just take that opportunity to get some coffee. I am going to insult anyone with any good taste buds, and I have just made a very sad instant coffee with light milk, like 2% fat milk.
All right, 2% fat milk. So you basically like the majority of the Americans like the 2% fat milk. But mine is actually with water.
No, not half and half.
And I just found out that I think I have a leak on my coffee.
Oh no, drink it quick unless it's too hot.
No, it's on the bottom. It's too hot.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Struggles for Lorenzo Bonda. What is
I'll be right back.
Out on track is some of the pit stops have come to the end and have cycled through. MSI Esports Blue back out on track. Apex Racing Team out on track. I think MSI are going to keep pulling away from them, but Apex have yet again jumped Lego Technic Esports 92 and VRS Co-Anded 91. So they're behind the Porsches, they're in the middle of the Porsches. Now Apex Racing Team, through another cycle of the pit lane, has managed to jump ahead of those two Porsches that I think it would look like at the moment they're battling over third place or so. Team Redline, undisputed leaders. MSI Esports through up into second place as everyone goes past Williams Esports and they complete their pit stop. Then the battle for third place has been between Apex Racing Team and the two Co-Ando run Porsches, the 91 and the 92. Redline Blue in sixth place though might come back into the fray and back into this battle later on. They've picked up a little bit more speed and maybe coming back towards third, fourth and fifth place. Again, identical pit strategy between the Apex Lamborghini and the two Porsches from Co-Ando. Same drivers stay in for all three cars. Fuel only goes in for all three cars, but somehow it's those couple laps before the in-lap that are doing wonders for Apex Racing Team, where they seem to put in a good couple of laps there and then just emerge with a slight overcut. There's pit stop times on the graphic there as well, you can see. So, not the shortest service time for Apex Racing Team, but I think it's those 2 or 3 laps before their pit stop where they seem to have just a little bit more speed than the heavily laden out laps and sort of settling in laps for the 91, 92. And as I was saying, Team Redline Blue are maybe coming back at the top 6 as well. They are towing around someone in a Porsche. It could be the Porsche Sport car, and it's not, is it? It is the Porsche Sport car, the number 31. Vendeval.
The number P17 says Vendeval Sim Racing Red.
I reckon it's Porsche Sport and the board hasn't updated because of the Williams pit stop, which means I was right in the first time and Connery Matic talking in my ear was wrong. Lorenzo, have you fixed your problem with your coffee?
I did fix the problem. I saved, I think, 80% of the coffee.
That's alright.
It's alright, you know. I like what boggles my mind is, let me tell you guys the story of how it happened. I put the hot water in the cup. I heard something crack. I thought, oh, okay, it's because the water is hot and nothing is going to happen. It's all okay. It didn't happen anything. As soon as I went to put the coffee and I put it back into my table over here, I started to see like the mouse pad starting to get a little bit more wet than usual. And I was like, please don't tell me it is leaking. And I did put it now into the wood of the table. It was leaking, and so I had to call an audible right here. Thank God I bought some popcorn buckets, and they're deep enough to actually fit the entire coffee. I'm trying to find a better word. Filling, let's say the least. The liquid.
You've moved it into a new container to avoid the problems of coffee leaking all over your desk.
Precisely.
I don't think I've got any coffee stains on my desk. I've got a few like candle stains, and
I think this is the
I
first
haven't
one.
taken great care of this desk, if I'm honest.
Here's the thing. I'm not the guy who gives the best care. I try to be as careful as possible, but sometimes it just does happen. For example, my keyboard, I spilled a long time ago orange juice in it. Full on accident. It nearly broke it broke by a moment the keyboard. I had to leave it about a year or two, nearly a year, without even using it. When I actually am using it, sometimes it does some funky stuff. The mouse pad, now the mouse pad is a little bit more debatable.
Okay, we've got a relatively wide pit stop window now this far into the race, and it has now cleared itself through. Williams Esports, the team that's staying out the longest, and then one of the first cars that comes through the pit at the start of the hour, RHG Esports. So then the updated order now that everyone's done their pit stops, Patrick Holtzman is driving the leading Team Redline Red Ferrari. Salva Talons is driving the MSI Esports Blue Ferrari in second. Zach Campbell in third in the Apex Racing Team Lamborghini. Dane Warren in the Porsche 911 GT3R for Lego Technic Esports. And then Pasha Jurgis in fifth in the Porsche VRS Coanda Simsport. We're talking about Chris Laughlin in the Team Redline Blue Ferrari, the number 72 in sixth. Luca Kita is driving the Biela Racing Euronics number 46. And then you're looking at, well, you were looking at Arthur Lerck in the BMW. Cut right back to him again, and he is obviously just out of the pit lane with the most recent stop for that car. So Lorenzo, of the drivers that you can see in the cars at the moment, quite a few of them are sort of the third driver, maybe even towards the fourth driver. Which team do we think has got a really well-rounded lineup where, you know, there's no weak link in the armor at all, versus who maybe has a bit of a night watchman in?
I was actually going to mention that. Looking at the top 10, the majority is actually European, and I think the only differences are actually Dane in the 92 car and Zach Campbell in the 98. So if we're going to pick like international groups and they basically have things spread out quite evenly, that's a good question. I probably want to say either the Apex or the number 92. I just want to confirm if Mitchell's on that car, if it is the 91. I think it is the 91 that is actually in. So internationally, I think we could say the 91 is the better car in terms of drivers. But we cannot forget that the majority of those 91 driver cars, they actually drive from Germany, even though the account says otherwise.
Yeah, Josh Rogers is one of those, Club Australia, but we know located in Germany. Dane Warren, I'm pretty sure, is still in Melbourne, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still in Australia. I know from a fact, like in the VRS Coanda group, the only ones who are still domestic is Mitchell. Whenever he wants to be domestic, he's still domestic, even though he goes, I think, constantly to Europe. I don't know if he moved definitely to Europe, but he did some races in the eNASCAR series from California. And Dane, which is most definitely still within Melbourne. And Charlie as well. I think Charlie's still in England.
So 12th and 13th, our closest cars for position at the moment. That's the number 83, Logitech G Altus Esports, ahead of Arnage Competition. They've kind of lost Pure Sims, which is a shame for the little trio they had going on. But actually, of the three, Pure Sims was the fastest on the previous lap. They're all going to come to the timing line shortly, and we'll have an idea of the laps once again. So for Carlos Fenalosa, 219.3 at 218.4, it's only just updated. 218.2 for Arnage Competition and 218.3 for Pure Sims. So again, super equal times. Pure Sims, I think, just want to close up another second or so to get back into that slipstream range. Stirred my coffee with the same teaspoon I'd been eating breakfast cereal with, and now the very bottom of my coffee tasted vaguely cereally.
All right, and I wanted to bring up Fenalosa real quick. I think he's one of the newest additions. I hope Simon Feig or Bo Albert can correct us if I'm actually wrong, because I think it is the first time I see Fenalosa or the Logitech G Altus side. Normally he used to drive with MRV, I think Esports. In some of the Spanish tournaments, now driving with the international group of Logitech. Interesting to see the new home for the Iberian, if he driving for them, of course, in a more fixed setup.
It's not been out of the question in some previous endurance events, though, for Altus to have some guest drivers or have some ringers or something. Maybe if this was an event that Fenalosa really wanted to do and couldn't find teammates for, and maybe Altus were thinking about two cars, but having an extra driver come on board for this event maybe just tipped it in the balance of making sure they had two cars, twice as many shots at winning some prize money.
That's a definite possibility, you know, because their driver lineup right now, it's rather international as well, because Fenalosa is from Spain, Michael Neumeyer is from Germany, Luke McKeown is from the United Kingdom, and then they have Andrew Call, which is from Australia. So pretty spread apart where the drivers are located right now, and it's not a bad driver lineup. Quite the contrary, really strong lineup in this GT car. So if he's like an immediate addition to the team, it would just add to the very strong lineup they have in GT racing and pretty much other racing in general as well.
Quite strong enough to get away from Arnage Competition on that lap. And also Pure Sims closed in just 2/10, but they're still looming just too far away in the background in this little battle. But all of them caught R8G on that lap as well. That's still another 14 seconds further up the road to the next car for position. And then critically, Urano Esports HP currently occupy the last spot in the top 10, the last prize money paying position. Absolutely be a goal of all of these drivers who are knocking on the top 10.
Yeah, and looking at our Arnage Competition, now the driver lineup actually, I was wondering where I've seen that before. That's mainly the AAA Esports Black, I think, back in the days of where we had SCO, that they had the lineup, and now it became Arnage. So see them still going strong, and Ricardo Ferreira in the car. They're catching even more so in this lap Violate over here, David, because the gap is nearly at the 14-second mark. It was 14, I think, half when the start of the lap. So both cars are going really strong on this lap number 247.
yeah, they'll get to the timing line here, and I'll read out the lap times. So for R8G, 218.8. For Altus, 218.4. 218.4 for Arnage as well. So that's not a huge difference around, especially a big long lap like this. Still, just a couple laps in a row, 3/10, 4/10 faster. You want to be able to keep that up for all the remainder of the race to close them back down. The Altus Audi look a little uncomfortable across the curbs up Radion.
I think it's a feature. I think it's a feature of both Lamborghini and Audi. They are not the a little bit of a wiggle during braking for Ricardo right there, but just kept it on track narrowly. Though he lost some time, I think he lost 4/10 of a second on Penelosa. But other than that, it looks like the Lamborghini and the Audi are very nervous of some of the curbs. It looks like they're on the verge of bottoming out of sorts.
Well, we saw the curbs be disruptive to the Biela 45 that's still been on the pit lane for all of the last 90 minutes. We saw, is it Orion? Yeah, that got a little bit of the curb on the entry and spun around at No Name, and then we've seen a couple Lamborghini spins at Puon.
No, we saw the 72 red line do that when Jeff Giassi was in the car as well. But he didn't spin though, he actually managed to save it on the last second. I'll tell you, that curb on the entry of Puhan is so tricky because you're already on a downhill going to the braking, the car's already light and you want to maximize your entry. Flipping that curb is kind of like you're playing with you're playing RPG of sorts. You need a little bit of luck to actually make the car stable enough for you to go into entry.
So there's ASR Abel going in front of Course Sim Racing for 21st. Just as we were talking about unstable cars in Puon, Carbon Sim Sport have literally just done it again about 30-40 seconds ago.
That's not good, especially given the fact that Jakub Maciejewski is on his second stint.
Let's have a looky, see if it was as dramatic as I thought it was. It's behind one of the Vendaval Audis, and that's always been the Achilles heel as well, is looped it following one of the following the Altus Lamborghini through here as well. You can see way down Puon, lots of way too much grass. I was going to say a bit of curb on the entry, but that's more than curb on the entry. That was grass on the entry that got so out of shape.
And somehow, in both instances, not only in the entry but on the transfer to the bottom portion of the Puon, he did go over the asphalt curb that he has on the exit and managed to get the car in there. Could have ended so badly for the Carbon Sim Sport car. Look at that.
Trying to rejoin, and he's hit that little curb that's also bounced him around. So that's tough.
Yeah, because that curb is so easy. Of course, people sometimes misjudge that curb, that nothing usually happens. But if you take a certain speed and you go into a certain angle in that curb specifically, that kicks you back quite heavily, and it's nearly impossible for you to catch it back and get back into the track. So a little bit of luck right there for Jakub, otherwise that could have gone so wrong. He could have ended up in the wall.
Back at 12th and 13th, where Carlos Penelosa cannot shake Arnage competition. And on this lap, Pure Sims can't match these two. And probably put just a little more space between them and that Pure Sims Audi in 14.
It's weird, right? Because last stint for Ross was less than ideal. Looks like it. Car that I think when Daniel Ferguson was driving was right on pace with them, fighting side by side, and now relegated 2 seconds back to Ricardo Ferreira right now. It's because I've been wondering, could it that come down to either the car, could have been either the car setup or comfortable, how comfortable you are to drive with the night? Because I think Spa is one of those few tracks where all of your reference points going to corner entry usually are gone, and demands you to do some extra practice for you to remember, like to train your mental memory to get those points right. But the night changes so much that I think you are more often to lose those reference points when braking or going for reacceleration that you need to get that time back. When you're driving, David, what do you think is the most important? Do you try to get a mental memory out of every single corner that you try to tackle, or you already feel comfortable with that given setting and you just try to do your best in it?
I'm not sure what you mean, but I think all of our drivers would be incredibly foolish not to have done a bunch of night running practice, because of course if you'd only done the practice in the day, well, the track temperatures are different, and as you say, all of the braking markers and the turn-in points, you need to become accustomed to where they are running and racing in the night.
Yeah, I mean more like on the setup that you already use with night racing. Like either you train or you've done so many laps in night racing in the official series, for example, that you don't need too much practice beforehand. You can grab the car and just drive it out. That's what I mean.
Still a little bit lost, but that's what Patrick Holtzman looks like. That's his focus face as he races through the night. And a real twitchy looking Ferrari, if we're honest. Even through Rivage here, that's not a lot of steering lock. A little goes a long way with the steering input on the Ferrari GT3, it seems. Particularly some of the higher speed corners where you need to keep the rear of the car going the same way as the front of the car.
Yeah, the Ferrari is not. It's a car that gives you feedback, but it's not the easiest one to drive, in my opinion. I like to drive the Ferrari more than any other GT3 car, but it is slightly twitchy, especially during some of these transfers, right left to right transfers during the pit path, for example, where you might need some precision steering than anything else. Otherwise, the traction control either kicks in or the car just decides to get really loose, and then the traction control kicks in and you have to catch the car back. So some precision driving is demanded. I think what Patrick is doing right now, trying to minimize that counter steering or oversteering way too much.
I heard an entirely unsubstantiated rumor that there might be some updates for this Ferrari GT3 on iRacing at some point, be it an Evo facelift or a new model. That is entirely unsubstantiated, and I'm spreading baseless rumors.
RaceSpotTV. To put it better, but I think to be very honest, I think because of the M4 and the 911 and the Huracan coming to the service, and they already have their Evo packages. I think the only one that has Evo is the Huracan, but it's like the current generation. It wouldn't be surprising to see like the less modern, and I say modern with some air quotes around it. That I think some facelifts is actually due to some of these cars. Maybe the Ferrari might be the first one, because the Audi, I think, just released the new GT3 version, right? So
About to
I
say,
don't
has
think
there
that
been a
would...
second Evo to the R8 LMS announced?
I did see it announced, yes.
There is definitely one. We don't have the first one. There might be a second one.
Yeah, I heard that it was a new R8 LMS Evo model
Oh,
coming
I
in.
saw the rear wing. It had that it's got those reverse swan neck mounted rear wing pylons. Yeah, I remember seeing it.
Yeah, that I think resembles a little bit what is on the GT2 version, if I recall correctly. So, so it isn't as much of a big facelift in the car, but is just trying to make it more aerodynamic in comparison to its counterparts. Still, I don't think that would be coming to iRacing anytime soon. For it to see it is the current model, which is just as good, to be very honest.
And I know the advantages to a regular swan neck rear wing mount, in that the low pressure side of any aerodynamic device is the most important side, and therefore by using swan neck mounts to attach on the high pressure side of the wing, you leave the low pressure side undisturbed. It's more efficient. But this thing that Audi have been doing, where the rear wing mount backwards from the behind the wing, I don't understand. But if it works,
You and a whole lot of
it
people.
works.
I when I saw the wing, a few of my friends on a Discord group just went like, "Why? What's the point of this?" So it wouldn't be the only one to be confused with this design choice from Audi, but I think it's been becoming as light of a trend in some other cars to go with that route than anything else.
I mean, at some point, it's a styling decision. It's a car that they try to sell to customers as much as any other. Sure, in slightly lower volumes than maybe an Audi A3, but they've still sold hundreds and hundreds, and probably a couple more hundreds of the Audi R8 LMS race car. So at some point, the styling does come into it. They're trying to sell it to customers, and Carlos Penalosa actually had a little bit of a wiggle towards the second apex, which is there through Puon, led him to come a little bit wide towards the curb that he didn't strike quite as heavily as some others. He's definitely showing that this is the second stint of the tyres for the number 83 and the number 23 who follows him, and the number 16 that follows that.
Yeah, I think it starts to show the wear of the car, because it is much easier for your rear end to start to step out during the transition towards the second Pujon apex than the first one. The first one is only if you actually get your braking wrong, or you actually do the clip of the curb, or you clip the grass as well. The second one, it's whenever you are reaccelerating the car. In the opinion circumstances, the rear of the car just wants to decide to step back, and the traction control kicks in, and you kind of have to do some minimal counter steering to keep the car on track. That's what might have happened right there. And I'm noticing gap is going down, less than 9 seconds, nearly 8.5 seconds separate Fenalosa to Vialate right now.
Yep, past the top of the hour, and the drivers we've been watching are closing. The next driver for position in the R8G Esports, number 8, and actually by quite a bit on that lap, just gone more than a second. So the tyres are dropping off towards the end of stint potentially for R8G, who are driving one of the Porsches, and for Altus Esports, more than a second faster on that last lap. Will definitely make them feel pretty good about their double stinting in the night.
Yeah, but the last two laps for Vialate were somewhat, I can say in the bin, because 19.4 and 19.5 in comparison to Fenellosa's 28, 18.0 and 18.2. It has to be some kind of a big mistake, the Vialati, or he's not comfortable at all with the current status of the car.
And again, it can sometimes be a little more complex than that as well, because RHG Esports is 21 laps into their stint now. They might have just realised they've got to save a little bit more to hit the 26 lap stint. It can sometimes happen if you're any of my silly teammates. They get this far into a stint and then realise they hadn't quite been saving enough and decide that they're still going to commit to trying to do the number of laps to the stint. Who knows? Could be that, could be the tyres, could have been a little bit unlucky with traffic. But that certainly in first gear looked like it was a little tail happy. Good gear ratios for the Porsche 911 GT3R, where you actually get to use first all the way through till sixth, not like whatever that really tall gearing is on the BMW where no one uses sixth gear even though it's there.
I think you only use it in Le Mans. Only track you can think of. It is weird.
Goes up Eau Rouge Radion in fifth before eventually using sixth gear. Whereas I think quite a few of the Lamborghinis actually go up Eau Rouge Radion in sixth gear. So there's difference in the spacings and the length of the gear ratios from one car to another. What gear they end up using through what corners. Some models use the first gear a little more than some others where first is a bit too short to be raceable.
In the other key aspect, and I was looking, Vialati actually spun.
No. Those rears were looking very loose. They maybe are giving up towards the end of this second stint. Through Rivage, it's going to have to be a 3-point turn or so. He's gone and already lost this position to Altus and Arnage as they come through. Ross McFarlane for Pure Sim's also going to take that spot before Quentin Vialate can get it back on the racing circuit. Let's look again, because that rear, getting towards the end of this stint, has just given way. And it's the Porsche pendulum effect, isn't it? I mean, obviously, some of the mid-engine cars have been doing similar, but they've looked just a little more catchable than that, where it just got away from him. And once the rear had gone, it was gone.
Yeah, but it also looks like he overshot his braking zone or something of the nature, right? I really want to see from whenever he's going into the entry of the corner, entry of Brussels, because it does look like he goes way too hot into the curve and just couldn't slow down in time to keep the car stable.
Look at that, started counter steering so early, but it was just too late. It had decided that it was swinging around, and I don't know, hard to gauge exactly where he picked his braking mark from the onboard, but it did seem like he was kind of already turning towards the apex before he got on the brakes, and obviously, if it spun, might have been going a little too fast.
Yeah, unfortunate to see a bad ending to the stint of Quentin Vialate, and he's actually distancing himself away from Ross McFarlane. So Ross putting the work and not letting the RVG driver to get closer.
It goes to show how close some of the midfield has been as well, though, that goes for a spin, doesn't hit in the Armco, gets going again, and has lost at least 3 positions. It was 3, wasn't it? From 11th down into 14th, yeah.
Hey, it's so... I want to say it's so weird, but it just shows that the level of the playing field right now is such high quality that you need to be on point with every single thing that you do, even at this night portion, because this is kind of like the zone where you can start prospecting at top 10, right? Because you're not, like, Fenelos is not far behind Andre Melchers. He's the P10 car, and that's where you can get it within the price pool that we have for this race. So every lap kind of matters over here. Then what would be in P20 or P30 in this race.
Team Redline Blue are continuing their move back forward. They're within a second of Coanda 91 now. So this is starting to get towards the end of their stint here. I think Coanda in the Porsche is going to pit before Chris Lolham does. Both of them on the same age of tyres, I do think, but just steadily over this stint, the Redline Blue Ferrari has started closing back in. And from the previous stint, it looked like Joe just wasn't matching the speed of his teammate up ahead of Warren, but they've been very equal now over this stint. Lolham has reeled in the both of them to make it now just 3 seconds or so between 4th, 5th and 6th. Of course, you can tell that on the intervals on the left-hand side of screen. Just been slowly, stealthily sneaking his way up. Looks super stable over that curb either, though. That's been a characteristic of some of the Ferraris. You really can only use a little bit of steering input, though it looks a little more aggressive from that angle with the webcam.
Yeah, it does look like it, but I think one of the interesting aspects is it. No, I think
got on the desk there.
Now I'm curious. I really want to ask Chris once he's out of the car on Discord, because it looks like a fan to dissipate the heat.
Oh, like one of those portable air conditioner kind of things?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, he's certainly got a lot of feedback for his teammates at the moment. It is getting towards the end of the second stint on the tyres, so they might be considering some little changes. They could change pressures if they wanted to, though normally the minimum legal pressures are pretty close to the best anyway. Could be discussing traffic, could be discussing fuel saving, could also be discussing brake bias changes as the tyres wear down, because that is something you might do. You might use a certain brake bias when the tyres are brand new, but then later on you're thinking move it forward for some safety, move it rearwards for a little more rotation and turn in and bite, depends on what the car is doing. That might be something you want to tell your teammate who's about to hop in about 10 minutes.
Especially given the fact that we might see Gianni Vecchio actually taking over the car, because he was actually busy with the Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifiers. He was actually trying to race earlier today, so he might be trying to get the feedback of how the car is handling, where are we at this current time of the race, and what's the gap difference to the other drivers, and the tire and field difference as well. It's in terms of if it's range, but I was looking at Lolham's laps. His laps were blistering quicker than what Gerges has been doing. That Ferrari seems so glued to the ground. It seems so fast that I don't think that. Of course, I don't think the Porsche is going to be able to do anything whatsoever once Lolham is within striking range.
So Dane Warren, 23 laps on this run on the fuel, 22 laps for Pash Gerges, and 18 for Chris Lolham. So the two Porsches he's got in front of him, they can take a pretty good look at, and you can take a pretty good look at them, and apparently the iRacing spectators in the stands are going to take lots of good flash photos of, because they love it. They're really enthusiastic with their photography this evening. Yeah, they're going to sort of peel off one by one in front of him. And then we might see him do what Apex Racing have been so good at, is this overcut, where you've got sort of 3-4 laps left on your stint, drivers in front of you pit, and then with your low fuel stint for the overcut, you just really bang in some good laps for the pit stop, and he might be able to jump some of these guys. He is right towards the rear bumper of that purple rear bumper of the VRS Coanda 91 now.
Yeah, and let's see how Gerges is gonna negotiate this, because now Lolham is really close to him. And also one interesting factor is that you were talking about Apex and the Redline Blue, the 72 car, are the only two cars within the top 10, outside of the top 10, who are actually now within that top 10, just to show the the preparation for the race pace out of these guys have been nothing short of amazing. So let's see how Lolo negotiates the pit path, then go to Stavelo and Pro Fair for possible overtake.
Possible. I think he's starting to get close enough that he might do the move down the Kemmel straight next lap. Straight line speed hasn't looked too poor for the Ferrari. And in fact, I'm seeing a peak straight line speed of 275 for that Ferrari at some point in the recent history. So they've been motoring in a straight line. Through this middle sector, it doesn't look like they've gotten much closer. Maybe once they get up into the higher gears, that's where the Ferrari starts to benefit a little more. It's also looking pretty good on the brakes right there, though. So maybe the car's going accelerating or decelerating in a straight line. That's the strength for the Ferrari. Different characteristics to all of the GT3 cars, but the custom balance of performance just for this event, just for Spa, that Sports Car Open have put on, I think has given everyone a pretty damn equal opportunity. And it's shown, reflected by Porsches and Lamborghinis and Ferraris up front. In fact, at the minute, it's 2 Ferraris up front, then a Lamborghini, then 2 Porsches, now another Ferrari, and then it's an Audi in 7th and a BMW in 8th of that. That is still a pretty good mix. Do you think Lolholm just didn't close that up so much through La Source? Why is he another car length or so back now?
I think he decided to back away in the fact that I think Gerges has his teammate Dane Warren right in front of him, so I think Gerges is using Warren as a air of sorts, just work that draft, try to save a little bit of fuel, and putting a little bit of work on Willem to stress out of the car maybe.
Well, 3 cars now, all closing in for 3rd. Gerges catching Warren, Lolholm catching the both of them, and through this stint, Zach Campbell's done a decent job for Apex Racing Team to just work himself away from this fight and separate himself, set him just a couple seconds clear in 3rd place. Here's a good view on board once again with the Ferrari. See how much closer he's gotten to Dane Warren up ahead as well. It was 3 or 4 seconds, and now I know, is there some concerns on the fuel, concerns on the tyres right at the dying laps of this stint for Dane Warren? He's got end of this lap and then probably one more before he pits if he's following the stint length he's been doing previously. Otherwise, if he's a little short on fuel, this could even be an in-lap from the 92 that leads this 3-car train. Good speed through Blanchimont for Chris Lawham, looking to the inside for the bus stop. And hey, I think that's maybe going to do the trick here, down the inside, deep on the brakes. He puts himself in the middle. Dane Warren is worried about fuel. He's pitting after just 25 laps. And from 5th place, just a corner ago, up into 3rd place is going to go Chris Lolham.
Yeah, it's going to go up 2 spots instead of 1. You know, you asked for 1, you got 2 in trade. So as we see Dane Warren coming into pit lane, I think this is his final pit stop before handing the car. I think that might be back to either Charlie Collins or Mac Backham, unless there is someone else in that car, which might be also Tommy Oscar, who hasn't been featured. The back is back.
Our 3 favourites, isn't it? Logitech G Altus Esports have lost out a little bit of time here. Pure Sims Esports have come back at the both of them. Arnage are back into 13th. So it's our 3 favourites. Shuffle them up, put them in any order, roll the dice, and they just always seem to be glued together. But coming towards the end of this run, the end of the double stint on the tyres, Arnage looked really loose, and then Pure Sims has been able to catch Altus a little bit here as well. So who's strong at the start of the stint, who's strong at the end, seems to really change about in the, you know, every 2 hours they align and they're in the same place again. And it doesn't seem like one team is you know, they've got their strengths and their weaknesses in different places.
Yeah, but it looks like on paper or something like that they're all pretty much equal, right? Despite being in different cars. And it also looked like that Ricardo went for a very big lunge, try to get closer and closer to Ross McFarlane, try to cut the deficit that he has to the pure Sims driver.
And Altus Esports 43 in the background there were flashing their headlights in, I think, displeasure at someone. They've been trying to catch this pack, and in fact, they've been doing pretty good at it. Fabio Basuk has been searching and hunting, now just 4 seconds away from the back of this train. Just want to make sure he wasn't getting held up. And you called it. It's Tommy Ostgaard replacing Dane Warren in the 92 Lego car. And Joker's gonna give way to someone else in the 91 because that car is on pit lane right now. But Chris Oldham's doing the laps of his life in the red line blue Ferrari to try to make sure he overcuts both of those Porsches.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Joshua back in the car again.
Alright, let's see shortly. Yeah, the 91 is going to hit its pit stall in a second. Pure Sims have been catching Altus. Both of them have been dropping Arnage a little bit further behind. And here we're going to find out... Well, Josh Rogers is looking pretty keen and set and ready. You're 2 from 2 on the predictions so far, Lorenzo, even when we did pull up some of the webcams for a sneaky peek.
Yeah, I think I like what this number 91 car is doing. The strategy is quite interesting. They're giving 2-hour stints each driver, and they're giving, like, Josh drives the first stint, then it goes to Mitchell, Pash, and what they do is give a 6-hour leeway, sorts, for you to rest and then come back, so you can be as fresh as you can again into your stint. So that's one of the really good perks of having a team that is, well, they're very coordinated, but also living within the same roof and can kind of plan this in advance and be comfortable with the things that are going to run.
Well, there's the 91 leaving the pit lane. And we've just got to wait a little while longer to see if it's the 72 of Team Redline Blue going to successfully overcut them. Wait and see, because he's still got to make his pit stop in 3 or 4 laps. Last lap time for him, 2:17.999. Anything in 2:17s is actually a pretty damn good lap time for the cars on their second stint of the tyres, I would think. We haven't been seeing many 2:17s on old tyres.
Yeah, we haven't. I think the only cars that have been on 2:17s are them, and maybe I think Pure Sims as well just did a 2:17. So it's hard for you to get within the 2:17s, but then we have to take account of the car being lighter, right? So when the car is lighter, you can actually do those quicker laps regardless of the tire wear. So
Pure Sims just did one, just snuck into the 17s, but we know that they would have picked up a pretty decent slipstream off the back of the Altus Esports Audi, number 83 right here. So you can notch up a little bit of that to their lap times, is that they've clearly been doing the speed to catch the car in front. Then that last 1 second sort of closes itself when you get a good slipstream down the Camel Straight, and also along in 6th gear here towards Blanchimont and then towards the bus stop. It's also a place to close in. Even Arnage competition behind. Arnage has got to worry about both of the Coanda cars and Altus Esports 43, so there's some congestion behind this battle as well. Pure Sims weren't close enough through Blanchimont. Really deep on the brakes into the bus stop, trying to take the late turn in. No, trying to look to pit lane, which is just going to take a little bit of pressure off the 83 for a second. Immediately behind them, Arnage, the 2 Porsches in between, and then Logitech Esports 43, the Lamborghini, which is trying to hunt Arnage. So this could either go for or against Arnage competition. They've got two leaders who've just made their pit stops right in behind them, who are going to try to lap them, but then also behind that, Altus Esports. It's Ross McFarlane working his way through the very unique hairpin in the middle of the pit lane.
Yeah, and looks like that Tommy's not going to be able to catch Ricardo on this lap specifically. What is going to happen is that Josh is going to switch with Tommy as they go into the Lacombe section on the entry. So now Josh is back into the lead. The car once again is now going to go on the Honda, the Arnage competition car, and maybe help Tommy to get closer and then make the overtake as well.
Both of these cars are still kind of shadow boxing with Team Redline Blue to make sure that they're not overcut. So these laps for them on the new tyres kind of critical for their track position in the battle for third. Good run, and it's going to definitely look towards the inside of Puon, but no, just can't get alongside, now being held up by Arnage Competition, who've absolutely murdered their tyres. And on the new tyres, Josh Rogers can't get around, and every corner he waits is advantage Team Red Line Blue here as well. So this is also kind of helping that Altus car that is battling for position come up nice and close. But again, is that Arnage defending to keep their lap? Well, not quite to keep their lap because they haven't pitted yet. This is technically for position, but when Arnage does have to pit, they're going to end up a lap down to these cars that have been battling for third and fourth. This is not good news for the two Coanda Porsches right here, with Rogers unable to get around the old tyres of Arnage Competition.
Yeah, and don't expect to Rogers be patient on this. I think a send would have been really good over here, but I think who's giving the send right now is Fabio Basuch giving the send on Tommy Oscar, trying to fight for position because he still has a few laps on his field to make it until the pit lane. Has about 1 or 2 laps, so if you can duke it out and try to grab one out of the Coanda cars, oh, why not? That's more help for a red line though.
It's real cheeky of Fabio Basuch to try to take a look around the outside of Tommy Oscar, but again, these two Porsches involved in their own battle against Red Line Blue, and Fabio Basuch trying to be in that battle with Arnage couldn't be held up either. So two different battles in the same place on track at the same time. That's what's making this all very interesting. In fact, he's done it as Fabio Basuch. He's gone and put himself in between the two Porsches for a moment.
Yeah, and I think at this point of the stint for now for Oscar is not play offensively as he wants to, just try to conserve as much fuel he can possibly conserve, right? To try to be within level of Joshua Rogers, try to be within the same range as his teammate is right now. So why not play a little bit of a Mew right here and be slow for maybe a lap or two, so in pro of saving fuel. And
this whole train being caught by second place MSI Esports Blues, not being held up yet, but would probably like to put the lap on them pretty soon, or either that will pit at the end of this lap, at the end of the next. Depends what MSI Esports Blue decide if they fancy.
Yep. Alva is on 25 laps, so he's due to come into the pit lane.
Yeah, and one lap earlier than I was expecting for Team Redline Red on the lane right now as well. They've done a lot of 27 lap stints now, calling time after just 26. Does that mean fuel consumption has gone up? Drivers are finding it hard to find someone to slipstream off to help them save, or have some of them maybe done the long stints now, got themselves in the window and now don't need to fuel save quite so aggressively from here on out? We're gonna find out. Red Line Blue is gonna stay out another one, so no such concerns for them.
Yeah, MSI Blue staying out as well, so Salva using, I think, both cars ahead of him as a way to save as much fuel. But now he actually laps Tommy Oscar on the exit of Lecumes, or into the entry of Lecum.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw Fabio Bazook flashing his headlights at Josh Rogers, and meanwhile in the background, yeah, Ostgaard going a lap down at MSI. This is Patrick Holtzman just waiting. What a look of patience on his face, watching the fuel, waiting for it to be done. Take a look back at how Johnny Ostgaard ended up going a lap down on MSI Esports Blue and Silver Talons. Talons right up behind him through Eau Rouge and Radion here. Seriously, almost dangerously close there. And then eventually gets past. At the same time, right in front, Fabio Bazook is closing in on the other Porsche. So they don't seem to have the greatest as far as straight line speed goes.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but I think what compensates how the car is handling around the track. You know, you might not have the top speed, but I think you might have acceleration and grip toward on the corners better than maybe the Ferrari and the other cars up in the field.
In lap for Chris Lawham, I would think. And in the battle that he's been having via Telegram with those two Coanda Porsches, first couple of laps were definitely looking good for him, but then Rogers has gotten it back in the 217s. Lawham's been averaging flat 218s. Now he is going to pit, and I think there might be a driver swap here for the Team Redline Blue, but the car will definitely rejoin right about where that battle was just a couple laps ago.
Yeah, we'll be right on the same margin. The question is who gets into the car, because we saw Jeff Giassi doing a few stints in place of Lulam at the beginning of the race, because Jeff was actually covering, I think, Johnny's stint while he was actually driving in the Porsche Sports Super Cup qualifiers. Now, will we see the German? That's the question. We're gonna get our answers in about 25 seconds tops.
Third gear in the first bit of the pit lane, second gear for the hairpin. Now we're in the proper downhill. We're going to keep the car in gear. Some drivers actually clutch and roll down this part. It's quite the downhill. I don't think he was. He's just looking for his pit box. Conveniently, there it is, right behind Apex Racing Team, who are also in. Also doing a driver swap. It was Zach Campbell in the car, and he's making way for Maximum Brioche in the Apex. Meanwhile, that definitely looks like Gianni Vecchio getting ready in the Team Redline Blue. Other energy drinks are available. He might need one. He might need one. What's his local time? And he's got at least 2 hours of driving ahead of him. 2 a.m.
Yeah, but
Central Europe, apparently.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if he actually goes for more stints after these 2 hours. I told Johnny, once he's actually done with his stints, to come into the booth and get a little banter with us. He's a guy that likes a little bit of banter, especially given the fact that he raced on Porsche Super the past qualifiers, so you could pick his brains about that.
So Vecchio's pit stop is almost done, and as you can see, this is the Josh Rogers Porsche coming down the classic start line. So,
well, you might get the jump.
Vecchio's rolling, you can see him going up the hill, but Rogers is going to be faster up the hill, faster all the way down the Kemmel straight, and in fact, he's going to get to the pit exit before Vecchio does, but Vecchio rejoins in the middle of the Coanda Porsches, making a quick adjustment now as he has to get up to speed, figuratively and literally, very quickly, with Ostgaard right behind and Rogers potentially out front running away with third place.
Yeah, that's a really good battle over here in terms of where we are standing in the grid, and some dirt kicked in. Some might have gone off the track a little bit on the exit of Malmedy. Now the battle is on, and it's gonna take maybe a lap or two for Jenny's tires to properly heat up. But once it is heat up, we have to have some eyes on, can he get closer to Rogers than contend for that P7 provisional spot in the grid.
Last couple laps for Rogers, all mid-low 217s, so really using fresh tyres and really laying down some good laps. That's how he's ended up ahead of Red Line Blue. Is he just had 3 or 4 laps on the new tyres where he really made good use of them, even though there's a couple of times it looked like he was getting maybe a little bit held up by our large competition before, and now Altus Esports 83 right now. Nonetheless, the average laps good enough. It's kept that car ahead of the Red Line Blue Ferrari. Okay, it's technically for position, but the Porsches have been pitting a little bit earlier than quite a few of the other cars out there, and now the 83 is going to pit, and it's going to end up out of the way of Josh Rogers.
And that only worked in the benefit of Josh, because the fact that there's one car ahead of Jenny at this current moment, I think that is the Entropic ERT race here. That gave him about 3 seconds of a gap between the red line and the first VRS behind the car.
Oh, well, this is happening. No, not MSI Esports Blue. MSI Esports Red on the pit lane. It's looking forward from Østgaard at the rear of the Red Line Blue Ferrari. And it does seem like the biggest strength of the Ferrari is the straight line speed.
Yeah, which is mind-boggling for me.
Could be just a little more responsive to trimming it out than some of the other models of car.
Yeah, I think given the fact that the good majority of the cars have been taking their power away from it, none of the cars are actually at 100%. I think the Ferrari is closer to the 100%. Gave the Ferrari that boost that it was required to be better, maybe on straight line speeds than the other cars.
They must have, what, about half of the purple carpet that's ever been made? I mean, you're a carpet salesman, right? How often do you sell enough purple carpet to cover, several houses? I don't know. But they have got a model of Spa in the background in the cabinet there, so that is hopefully a good luck omen for them in this race.
Yeah, it is. But back to the carpet, let's just remind, I think it isn't slated only for this area of the house. I think there is one more area or 2 more areas where we still have the red carpet, so we might have the red carpet, so purple carpet. So whoever sold those purple carpets is probably at Richmond right now.
I'm trying to think of the last time I saw purple carpet at all. Other than there in the Coanda house, and you could see over his shoulder Josh Rogers doing his work. They're almost as close by physical proximity as their cars have been on the track.
I can give you an answer. The last time I've seen a purple carpet was in Aladdin.
Oh, that one also is flying, isn't it? So
yeah.
Checks out.
Well done. I did not think of this one. Oh boy.
Fastest lap of the race, though, speaking about, flying carpet and the sort of word association we've done from purple carpet to Aladdin to flying to Coanda. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Team Redline 71 at the moment, at 2:16.699. Rogers' last lap was 2:17.3, so only 4 tenths away from the fastest lap of the race. If he gets to the end of this stint and the car picks up some pace on the lighter fuel load without having, worn the tyres down too much, and he gets a slightly convenient slipstream, just the pace he's got early in this stint, I could still see Rogers resetting the fastest lap of the race sometime in the next hour. Track temp is down at 21.7. Even just after sunset, it was 23, so there's still more grip to happen there. I don't think we've seen the last fastest lap of the race just yet.
I don't think so, and to make matters worse for some drivers in terms of trying to finish that fast lap, Rogers have won Maxime Brion, right from, is it Brioche? When he was doing the pit lane. Pit stall, I might be going crazy.
I always let myself have just one per race.
Okay. Is that Rogers caught up to Brion, and now is the battle for third is ignited?
Yeah. That's right. Apex Racing Team had got themselves 5 seconds or so clear of both of the Coanda Porsches, and now absolutely nothing in it. Maxime Brion does not look to defend that one at all. Josh Rogers has his nose down the inside. Straight line speed not necessarily the strong suit of the Porsche, but I think the headlight flash from Apex Racing Team meant, you go on, I'm going to let you have this corner, and he definitely did roll out of the throttle well and proper early to make sure that he didn't get in the way of Josh Rogers, who's now up into third place. 2:17.2 on the last lap for Rogers, so now he's only 2 tenths away from a fastest lap of the race, though I note that 2:17.2 included an off track somewhere, so actually it didn't even reset the personal best for the car. It did exceed track limits an itty bit somewhere.
It's even though with the new Spa, track limits, there are some times where you think you don't have enough track, but you drive so aggressively that actually it triggers it. Even though now with this new track limits, there's so much leeway where you can actually run with the car that you can get away with something, for example, as they've done on Pro Fred right now. On the old ones, the old days, you would get a 1x just for going a little bit off wide into that turn on the exit. Now you don't get it.
Right, it was the center line across the of the car across the white line of the track. Now it's a tyre still on the pavement down the inside. Late look there, try to get through the traffic for Josh Rogers. So you do, in that place, get a little bit more leeway. So long as you keep your tyres on the red curb, that ends up being about a metre wider than the centre line of the car on the white line of the track. So you kind of get to use the whole car width instead of just half the car width beyond the white line. All fair and legal there. 2:17.168 for Josh Rogers, and it didn't have any off tracks. So that's the personal best for the car, and still only the 4th or so best lap of the race, because Redline Blue have had a 2:17 flat, so have Lego Technic Esports, and Apex Racing Team have had a 2:17.143, but we're definitely seeing some of these teams.
The sister car had a faster lap than both of these cars, actually.
Yep. It's Team Redline Blue right in the middle here with Apex Racing Team and Lego Technic Esports. So Redline, they've rejoined between Apex and Coanda 92, I think. So all of this for position. Team Redline Blue in front of Apex Racing, in front of Lego Technic Esports, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche. That's what the balance of performance for this event was meant to give us, and it's delivering at the moment.
It's weird to see Brion do 2:18s though. Very unusual, because Zach on his starting stint was already doing 2:17 highs, and then it was actually remaining to get within 2:17 mid lows. So in Brion do 2:18 4 to 1 and then back to 4 is slightly concerning.
And that was a track limits violation just there, one of the ones that you can get. And I'm with you. In these conditions, on new tyres, every lap should hopefully be somewhere in the 217s. It wasn't on the last lap for Apex Racing Team. We're going to get an adjusted picture of that shortly, but he's already feeling the need to defend into the bus stop and then almost moves across a little bit, leaves exactly that car width, Tommy Ostgaard behind. That's not going to help him stick with Team Redline here. That this lap time just now, 220.9. What's going on for Maxime Briand? That is not what we'd expect, and that's not competitive at all.
Not at all. Of course, he kind of let Johnny go by, I think, on the previous lap. That's why I made him a little bit slower. But the accumulation of mistakes is paying its cost on Maxime Briand, which is weird. Now you're going to see Oscar on the outside to try to make the move in. Briand is going to try to cover the inside and defend it, maybe? Oh.
No. And from the onboard, from Ostgaard, just wasn't seeing much speed up the hill there either from Apex Racing Team. So they were solidly in third place for a bit there. Now they're back into sixth.
Yeah, and again, seeing Briand not being fast with the car. Don't get us wrong, Briand is one of the fastest drivers around. I normally say that if you give him an
Sports Car Open prototype champion, is he not?
He is the champion in the LMP2s for the. He was with Mivano, the Russell, if I recall, the car, the Mivano Russell car, and I say it without a doubt. Give him an LMP2 car. I think he's the fastest driver in LMP2s by a long shot. There's close seconds, but fastest it might be Maxime, because he's just phenomenal with the car. But underperforming, it's an understatement right now with these first few laps in the Lamborghini GT3 car.
Also a little odd just how quickly he's dropped off the back of those cars as well, not even staying in slipstream. And this is another lap that I think is looking like it could be in the 219s or 220s. I'm thoroughly confused.
Also getting off tracks as well.
Yeah, 218.6.
I think this might be the first lap in a long while, in his first 6 laps of the Viston. This is the 7th, where we can actually see true pace, because he has nobody else in the track, giving him an opportunity to try to defend, or he has to lift out the gas. I think this is where he can try to loosen up a little bit, and then we can see where his actual pace is standing in comparison to the other drivers in the top 5.
By way of comparison, our top 2 are on older tyres on the second stint of their tyres, but it's 217.9 from Patrick Holtzman in the lead, 218 flat from MSI Esports Blue on old tyres, and here Maxime Briand can't match that on the newer tyres, which is a little bit surprising. And other drives around him, 17.2 from Rogers, 17.4 from Vecchio, 17.3 from Ostgaard. They're all right in those mid to low 17s.
And I really want to bring up real quick this talk about, Vecchio and Rogers, because we could have seen the promise of a battle, but Rogers giving no room whatsoever for Vecchio to close the gap, and it is only spreading like 2-3 tenths of a second per lap. And they're basically on equal terms of tires. Actually, Vecchio has better tires by 5 laps.
You could get a look at Maxime Briand's pedal trace there, and he's not lacking pace from lack of pushing the throttle pedal down. It's going to 100%.
Yeah, and also on the and how he's actually operating the steering wheel as well. He's pushing that car to the very limit out of it. So maybe it is starting to get some of it was comfort, maybe with the first few laps out of the car. It actually did brings up a 2:18.2 for Brian on this lap, so not the fastest as well. And I really want to bring up a topic because I saw his driving position. This is something that lots of guys talk about, in terms of driving position. I saw this discussion a few days ago with Yuri Kazdorp, and he actually changed his seat and wheel position. Because some drivers drive really close to the steering wheel, like you would do in a GT or like in a supercar, and some basically stretch out their arms like they're, I don't know, driving a Formula. I don't know. It does, but it does give you some strain on the arms depending on how you see it. And looking like that, there is some huge strain on the arms on how he's trying to push that car. Then again, it could be in terms of comfort, like I said.
Could drive like my mum, all hunched over the wheel like a nana.
Because I drive, what I do over here, I try to drive with my arms as close to 45 degrees and as possible, or close, or as relaxed as possible. The only difference might be the wrist on how the force feedback is pushing you. Then again, it's all in terms of comfort, right?
One thing to keep in mind then as we check in with more of our drivers and make a little note. What's their driving position look like? I saw a picture of Max Verstappen's rig from last weekend, and it's definitely set up like a single seater, where just like how high the pedals are. The pedals are like at the same height as his shoulders. Very sort of single seater driving position, a little not quite so GT-ish. Which is funny because I only ever see him driving GT cars on iRacing. Maybe he does a little bit more single-seater stuff when I'm not watching, but I'm only really familiar with him driving GT cars on the simulator.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing as we probably have some possible issues with Taj Edwards. No, actually, is his driving. Here it is, the driving position. Like I said, basically with his arm back straight, arms nearly 90 degrees. So a different position than what we saw with Maxime, which is full stretch. I know some drivers try to drive as low as they possibly can, try to mimic what happens in F1 or some GT cars, where you kind of sit in a low position and be within 45 degrees with your wrists doing the job more than usual. But it's interesting,
You think he's just downshifting with one finger, or he's sending us a message? Either of them are possible there from Taj Edwards. So there's one thing I realised is that when I'm driving myself, I think I upshift with like 4 fingers on the back of my hand, but a downshift with 2 fingers. I use a different hand placement for upshifts and downshifts myself as well, that once I realised started bothering me.
Oh boy, that is probably the best question I ever heard this weekend, or in the whole week. Oh boy, I want to say maybe is to make it easier for him, because I use 2 fingers whenever I'm shifting over here on the fan attack. I don't think it is a message. If it is a message,
steering wheels obviously got different sized paddles as well. It's like some cars actually have teeny, little itty bitty paddles, and then the old Logitech G27's got huge honking paddles.
Yeah. It's a big boy. Yeah, but regardless, if it is a message to us, David, we apologize in advance. Whoever says something.
We probably deserved it.
True.
It was like, I've never driven one, but I did sit in a Radical SR3, and it had the tiniest little itty bitty paddles on the back of the steering wheel. Not that bigger paddles really got in the way of anything.
I never sat in a Radical, but I did see once a Metal Moro, like the Metal Moro over here in Brazil, in its cockpit. Its steering wheel, it looks like a little bit of the Fanatec wheel that I have, the carbon wheel. The shifter, unless it is modular, you took it away and you put a new one. It is very tiny.
Josh Rogers is having a bit of fun right now. Some of the lap cars have just gone too wide in front of him through Rivage and then down to Puon. It's cleared itself off a bit now, but I think Pure Sim sent it down the inside of whatever the car is now behind Rogers, and they were too wide through Rivage for quite a while in front of Josh Rogers in the VRS Commander Sim Sport number 91, trying to break away from that battle we were watching 4th and 5th, also trying to break away from Apex Racing Team. And doing a good job of it, except when something like that happens for him.
And Joshua, just being slightly aggressive, is now out of the curve. Poor Fred will be able to get the car on the inside of Pure Sims and clear himself with relative ease of Alexander Davidson. So putting several cars, about 2 cars in the Pure Sims and P1 Esports, which are actually battling for position right here. So it's going to be interesting to see how the other cars will handle right now, because nobody has got an answer for now on Joshua Rogers.
Yeah, correct. It was a battle for position between Pure Sims and P1 Esports. Car number 16 and car number 19, battling over P number 15 and P number 16. Pure Sims really surprised P1 and is now happily using Rogers' draft to try to get away. Rogers sitting in the middle of the road saying, "Don't you think about it, son?" And I think Alexander Davidson wasn't even dreaming about it, but just wanted to be right up in that slipstream, and now through the middle sector is where I think you'll see the Porsche and Rogers do their best.
And just looking at this battle, go ahead, David.
Well, we were talking about the pace of Maxime Briand, and it was his first laps in the car in this race. He has gotten into the 217s now, and last lap was only 0.3 off what these two guys are doing. It was 217.5s for both Gianni Vecchio in that Ferrari up in front and Tommy Osgard, the man we ride on board with. So I think it was just a case of it was taking Briand just a little while to properly settle into the car, and I know maybe have to have the confidence to push it 99%.
Yeah, sure, it could be. You know, let's see what this lap will be specifically. But if you're looking at the whole scope of the race and where they were, when Briand actually took over for the car, it's kind of like damage has been done, right? You can't actually call it back because it still has about 15 laps to do so. But I think in the perspectives of where Apex wants to finish and put up the overall pace, the damage has kind of been done for them. Because his last lap now at 0.863.
Yeah, it's gotten faster and built a little bit of consistency in. Slightly earlier shift into 6th gear than some of the others we've seen. The Lego Technic Esports, and then just a little bit of a lift and coast roll it into the corner, but not a huge amount. Ferrari definitely does seem to like those speeds past 250 kilometers an hour more than the others. It seems to keep pulling down the straights when other cars drop out a little bit. Doesn't look like the Ferrari, you know, gets off the corners quicker. It just seems slightly more optimized at the peak speeds in a straight line.
Yeah, but I think when he went for sixth gear, it was that strategy of, you know, not pushing the car and keep the RPMs as low as possible so you can maximize the fuel efficiency out of the car. And also maybe the throttling wasn't on 100% right before he went to do some small lifting coasting. So right now he's just playing some mind games with Gianni, as Gianni's trying his hardest to try to push the car, but he's not being able to get anywhere closer to Josh right now.
Out a little bit as Vecchio had a 2:17.3 last lap and therefore only lost 2/10 to Rogers, and there's about 5 seconds or so in between them at the minute. That's exactly 5 seconds flat, the difference between third and fourth.
And the thing is that Oscar is going to do every single lap the same thing. He's literally going to be on the back of Gianni, not overtaking him. Just applying some like on the back pressure on Gianni and say, I'm just here, you know, and I'm just conserving fuel. You do your stuff, I'll be here doing my biz, and putting some frustration on Gianni, because I think Gianni doesn't want to be the car giving some draft to a direct competitor, especially for the top 5.
Almost a little bit of a look out of the slipstream there, but it didn't seem like that was going to get close enough to try to make the move. It'll also start heating up, I think, around 10th and 11th, because Rhino Esports HP with fresh tyres on are catching Fabio Bezuch in the Logitech G Esports Lamborghini. So that's also maybe going to keep us entertained into the next 15 minutes or so.
Good to see that Urano actually catching up to Fabio, but we saw Fabio being a little bit more bold than other drivers with the used tires, right? David. I'm already, it's just because Justin joined us in the booth over here, already confusing names. But we saw Fabio already battling with both Coenda cars early on, so I wouldn't be surprised if he actually goes for defensive positions if it opens up for that battle between them.
One thing that's going to keep Johnny Vecchio going in this battle, though, is he's carrying 6, maybe almost 7 laps more fuel at the moment. So there'll be a shorter stop somewhere in the future for Team Redline Blue. Maybe even one less pit stop total.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Joshua Rogers broke the 16 barrier. He broke the 17, now going to 16s.
So why did that one not count as the fastest lap of the race? It's still 3/10 away from being the fastest lap of the race, but was a personal best for the number 91 car. So he's picking up a lot more speed.
Car's lighter, you know, there's still rubber within that Porsche, so I think one thing that helped them a little bit was a draft of the pure. I don't know which car. I think it might have been maybe Pure Sims at one point, but now being the lighter car over here might give the benefit for Joshua to push even more so, because he doesn't need to be concerned of saving fuel. There's no cars in between him and Johnny, so he can push the best out of the car and maybe get the fastest lap of the race.
Let's take a look at that 94 Urano Esports HP. They are catching in. Logitech Altus Esports over 10th. Oh, that's a little bit of an excursion out front. That might have given Vecchio something to think about. We go battle for the top 10 at the minute. Though if Nicholas Lavish needs to be in a giant hurry, but he has been closing down this gap to Logitech G Altus Esports. Let's take a RaceSpotTV fan immersion with Urano Esports HP on board the Audi as it catches the Lamborghini. there you go, on board with Toronto Esports HP. They don't seem to be in a hurry at the moment to get around Altus Esports. They seem to be in quite a hurry to save a bit of fuel, Lorenzo.
Yeah, apparently Dylan Scrivens told, by the way, shout out to the Yuri Kazarov Discord, where there are some people in there, I'm not going to be able to say the full names, but Dylan Scrivens told Nicholas, don't do anything irrational at this time of the moment. So let me see if we can get any shout outs right here. Yuri Kazor, Pseru, Yup the Licht, which is actually in there, Polanga, Nick Pacheco, Maury Moles, Jerry Schiller, and all the boys right there. There's your shout out. Hope you guys enjoying the broadcast so far. But apparently Lobby's not in a hurry, just trying to conserve fuel, because there is some difference right there in terms of laps, in the field, of course.
What's been interesting to see actually is the teams that are doing 26, 27 laps consistently going past the top of the hour, getting closer to 62-minute stints, 65-minute stints, etc. When you get to the very top of the next hour, who pits before it and who's able to pit after it is probably going to tell us who's on their way for the 22 stop strategy and who's going to fall short. So that might be very much on the mind, as you can measure how you're going against that at the halfway point of the race. So that could be the thinking for Urano here, though 10 more laps to go in the stint is not going to get them another 47 minutes. So interesting to count those sums in 46. In 46 minutes or so.
Yeah, because both guys are on 18 laps, more so, because Fabio is on 19 laps in his stint, and Lobish is on 18 right now. So I think Lobish's strategy right now is trying to get an extra lap and then use what would be the strategy of going for the overcut and try to cut them off on the long run and try to regain that P10 for the current moment.
A little bit of communication happening there. Maybe he's given up on the fuel saving. Looks like it, pulling out down to the inside after several laps of shifting early and clutching it in. Up into 10th place goes Urano Esports HP, and I did not see any fight there from Fabio Bizic. He's now back into 11th place for the moment. So, put it on the back burner for a couple laps, but then the swap happens eventually.
Yeah, apparently Lobish decided to stop being in the back of a car with Laster tires and decided to turn up the heat a little bit and get closer to what would be Alvaro Ramiro MSI red car, even though there will be some work done over there.
Scarina catching the Porsche Sport BMW up in front. Battle for 22nd and 23rd. At the moment, it's the Core Sim Racing Lamborghini, and surprise, the Porsche Sport is a Porsche 911 GT3R. That button didn't do what Conor Ematic thought it was going to do. Button that turns on the light, turns off the light. Both of these are battling over 22nd, as we said. Only 5 seconds behind ASR Able Esports, and both of them faster on that lap and the lap before, I think, as well. Sim Racing could definitely pick themselves up a couple positions in this stint. The pace is good compared to cars around them. Slipstream of the Porsche down the straight. Porsche, again, not necessarily the strongest in 6th gear. Quite easily, Scurry Renner is going to show the nose. Would have gotten that position anyway, but William Chadwick, Porsche Sport car, just lets them have it anyway.
Yeah, didn't try to fight as hard as probably you would have wanted to. The only difference is that Chadwick might be able to now try to save a little bit of fuel behind Oscar Irina. So it's going to be interesting if we can actually keep up with that Lamborghini, because Oscar has been real fast these past laps in the 17. So I don't expect to see that ASR versus Able Esports being able to defend whatsoever from that Lamborghini of Core if he actually gets close to him.
Right as Connery Maddock has found out the right correct sequence of buttons, I hit the wrong one and I had no idea what on earth I was looking at. Just staring at my desktop, but now staring at the right pictures. It's you know, surprisingly some different body language across different drivers, how they drive. Some of them very keen, but I don't know what setting the force feedback's on for a Scurry Renner there, but it's at least 10 Newton meters, could be 15, a bit more like 20.
Yeah, he's putting the work on that wheel. At least it looks like he has a missed leg day.
Is he working on his core strength?
Oh boy, you could say something like that, yeah. With the way he's been fighting that wheel. Maybe some pull-ups. He needs those pull-ups. Gotta work that bicep or the triceps.
We've gotten up to 22nd place. He's working real hard for it. And that on that lap, 1.2 seconds out of ASR Able Esports up the road. So that's one we can check in with a little bit later on. Still all going on between Østgaard and... Well, he's actually a bit all on his own a little bit, because we're going through the pit stop phase at the moment. Josh Rogers is on the lane. Lego Technic Esports had just pitted. It was fuel only for Tommy Østgaard. Probably going to be fuel only for Josh Rogers here. Meanwhile, this is another phase of the race where Team Redline Blue and Gianni Vecchio have got to put in some good laps. If Maxime Briant has got some good laps in him in Apex Racing Team, now wouldn't be a bad time either. As this time for the two Coanda Porsches, they fill up the fuel tank, they weigh the car down, but they don't get those new tyres. It's from the first stint on the tyres to the second stint of the tyres that the overcut is a little more powerful than the tyre changes.
And it's interesting you can only do that at night and maybe in the morning, these double stint strategies, because once we're back within daylight, and that is right about maybe 4 hours or something like that, roughly, like full sun in the track, and the temperatures go right above 35, 36 degrees on the track, then you can throw the double stint out of the window and go back to single stints. So for now, the double stint is kind of like the way to go at this current moment. So try to maximize the usage out of your tires.
Porsche Sport behind Core and in front of, but a lap down to Logitech G Altus Esports 43, it looks like to me. Fabio Bazooka's got some very worn tyres for that Lamborghini, but it doesn't appear to be slowing him down, especially in the slipstream. Down the Kemmel straight, but out of the throttle very early.
Even though last lap for Basush was there, it was actually real bad, 19.7, but might have given a position to someone though, as we see William Chadwick in the car at this current moment.
I like him more than Gianni Vecchio because he's got a better drink at the ready. Zoom in, enhance. He's got a mini helmet and some open snack of some kind.
Yeah, but the energy drink, is that a Monster energy drink right there?
Yes, that's a Mango Loco.
Oh yes, the Mango Loco, my favorite one. It's my favorite one though. I got one from Orange, I think, like an orange can, so I can drink it while I'm actually doing my stuff with Justin. Outside with coffee, I'm actually gonna die. I'm concerned right now. I just drank a big cup of coffee and I'm still drinking it, and I still have this Monster Energy to drink. I might die out of a heart attack, I think.
Don't put a hole in the can and let it leak all over your desk. That's the advice.
That is true. Oh boy, I'm never gonna forgive myself out of that one. I like the cup. Too bad it's gone rip.
More pit stops. TV1 Triton Racing are in, P1 Esports are in, and Tropic ERT Race Gear have just finished theirs, and it's a team we haven't really looked a whole lot at. But here's everyone leaving pit lane now. 16th, 25th, and Tropic scored in 29th. There they go, leaving pit lane. Meanwhile, Arnage and Pure Sims are in. Have been oh so inseparable, and they're going to pick at the same time. Pure Sims at the moment are... This is a different Pure Sims car? There's two of them out there. It's about 20 seconds between Arnage and this Pure Sims car. Vendaval Sim Racing Red, 45 seconds behind that, are on the lane as well. Well, the other Pure Sims car is a BMW. That makes them significantly easier to distinguish and discern, much like the two Altus cars that are a Lamborghini and an Audi. Meanwhile, Coanda give us two Porsches, Redline give us two Ferraris, Beeler have given us two Audis. Although I think one of them is retired now. Yeah, we saw the 45 get too much of that curb on the exit of Rivage and then go into the Armco, and since then it's been retired, parked on the pit lane for the last 3 hours now. There's your different manufacturer spread across today's race. Ferrari up front, Lamborghini, Audi, Porsche, BMW. That's going to change though, because we are in the middle of the pit stop cycle at the moment.
Yep. But still, at least a better distribution of cars than what we saw at the iRacing Spot 24, right? Because if I recall correctly, top 10 for the good majority of the race in the Spot 24 in the top split was, I think, about 7 BMWs, one or two Porsches, and one Lamborghini. So see more like a mix up cars, even though there's still a dominant car, which is the Ferrari one. It is good to see, as we're seeing Josh Thompson.
I can't see any drinks on the little desk behind him.
There's a water bottle right in between the two front, I think between the two helmets in the front, next to the left hand monitors.
No, I don't think that's purple carpet. I think that's just purple lighting for Josh Thompson. Doing his best to follow along in the slipstream of someone he shares a first name with, Josh Rogers, but there is shortly going to be a pit stop for Williams Esports. Meanwhile, VRS Commander 91 have already cleared theirs. I ran the numbers again in my head and thought more carefully about it. Every car that pitted, for example, at the top of the hour was going to need to make 23 stops to get to the end. Meanwhile, if you're making 22 stops, as some are trying to do, you're going to want to pit after 12:30 to go, so that at the halfway point of the race, you're right in the middle of one of your odd-numbered stints. So, Team Redline Red pitting right now. For the other racing team, you're on its 46 pitting right now. It is oh so close. It's maybe a little early. They might end up strung out too late at the end and need to pit with 2 or 3 laps to go. But it's looking good for MSI Esports Blue, an Apex Racing team, and Team Redline Blue, that they are only going to need 22 pit stops in this race, and therefore save themselves one of those incredibly torturous long runs through the endurance pit lane of Spa.
And also, if you're talking about just the long run into the Spa pit lane, normally the run out of the pit lane, it is like 30 seconds, tops 20 to 30 seconds. The pit stop over here is mega, because if you avoid that one, is basically 1 minute and a half, going from the start all the way down to the runoff out of the exit into Eau Rouge. Of course, I'm not talking about the exit when you exit Eau Rouge, but specifically Radion when you're merging back into the track right. So it is a big time save. I hope it is concrete. It makes it concrete. You know, it does happen. Just save that pit stop, to be very honest with you, David. If it does, I think you could change the race scope a little bit.
Some more driver swaps happening as well, particularly for the leading number 71, where Patrick Holtzman has given away to Maximilian Benneker. And away he goes with a nice little slide. Did he have traction control disengaged for that one? Is quite a tall first gear in these cars, so for some of the slower lane getaways you actually might want to. That's too much. It's too much Connery.
It's too much Max Benecke for us.
Yeah, I don't know. There's also some other cars where when you have the pit lane speed limiter engaged, it does, I think, disengage traction control, which then re-engages when you turn off traction control, just to make it slightly easier to get away from the pit box. But I think this is a good sign for Team Redline. They already had quite a bit of a lead for this car, 20-30 seconds or so. So every one of their drivers seems to be right on song with the Ferrari in this one.
And looks like Benecke is actually trying to set up some strategies or passing up some feedback to his comrades at this current moment. As I'm seeing Gianni Vecchio coming into the pit lane for his service, and Benecke on his outlap, just probably giving some feedback on the car after his first pit stop.
Probably saying, Holtzman, you better not have peed in my seat. Holtzman, this better be sweat. Meanwhile, Team Redline Blue and Apex Racing Team are both on the lane, and I think it's right about when they want to be for the cut out a pit stop strategy. I think, right, we'll likely see some driver changes there as well. I think we'll see a driver change for Team Redline Blue, but I think Maxime Briant's still got another stint there, doesn't he?
Vecchio, you mean?
What did I say?
I spazzed out for a moment, but if it is Vecchio, he has one more stint.
Okay, I think it's the other way around. I'm not sure. We'll take a look though, because both the cars are in the pit lane. Team Redline Blue have just hit their pit stall. Briant not that far behind. Oh, well, there he is as he phases through our existence, and that tickles a little bit.
And both cars continuing to be very honest. They were done with their first stint. And Maxime just giving a little bit of invasion of privacy of Gianni's personal space right there, as both cars are only going for fuel, looks like it. It looked like Maxime is holding the wheel like he's gonna kill the wheel or something like that.
Got
Or
a
he's
lot of
holding for
bend
dear life.
in the wrist right there, not a lot in the elbow. I never had a tennis coach, so I don't know if that's right or wrong.
Or a basketball coach, because you need that flick of the wrist to actually put the ball in the hoop properly.
So it must be fuel only for both of those drivers and teams. No basketball coach would tell you to put the ball in the way Taj Edwards holds the wheel.
Yeah, true. They probably would have given like any additional information how to use the wrist or how to position yourself with the body and arms. Because you don't do that with you don't put a ball in the hoop with 90 degrees straight. You only bend. I mean.
On the pit stops from teams that have made some good fuel savings and stint extensions. MSI Esports Blue in their pit box right now. Logitech Altus Esports 43. That's the Lamborghini. Just having their service now as well. Driver change at MSI Esports Blue. I think Christian Lamella are getting in. And I wonder what might happen at Altus. Does look like Fabio Bazuk is still staying, but that could still change in the time remaining in the pit stop.
Looks like it, but Benecki is going to retain the lead nevertheless, as he just gone by MSI. The question is, how much time off has Holtzman gotten on the MSI crew right now?
And while all that happens, we're looking at the Core Sim Racing number 30 Lamborghini. We were riding on board and taking a look here, I think, when it got past Porsche Sport a little while ago. Since closed up all this gap to the ASR Able Esports BMW immediately in front, but it is stopped in a second. Some of these cars, straight down the inside goes Ascari, no fuel saving there, and he gets ahead, and then immediately pits. So that one, I hope you wrote down in pencil.
The proper blueprint on how to try to join the pit lane. Not unlike what the cars in the real life did when it started raining in the 24 hours of Spa.
I'm not double screening it.
Oh, if you haven't noticed, when it started raining earlier in the race, some of the cars that decided to stay on track, the majority went into the pit lane. Like as soon as the track became a little bit more wet than usual, and some cars stayed out. Those cars just couldn't brake properly into the bus stop, and it did cause some memes as they were struggling to get into the pit lane. Just one car decided to stay out and run the full course in the full stint in the slicks, which was the leader of the race. But nevertheless, seeing those cars spin around was actually kind of fun.
Lamella with a relatively plain background. Maybe that's what it takes. This car, the MSI Esports Blue, is doing a pretty good job holding down second place. Since rejoined,
actually now Josh is ahead of him in a little bit, so let's see how the tires build up and how fast can he be, or how close can he stay to Joshua Rogers, and if he wants to be aggressive against the VRS and the driver.
Yeah, it has looked like this car has had a decent grip on second place. Have taken the tyre change and rejoined just behind Rogers. So now you would think to keep that firm grasp on second place, and require him in not too long, in not too many laps, to get around Rogers and start putting some more time between himself and the purple Porsche. Again, another one of these silly cars with silly gear ratios where you're not allowed to use sixth.
Yeah, but what's impressive out of Josh in his second stint so far is that only once he was actually in the 18 field. So even though he is on his second stint for now, he's still within 17 mid-highs, which is very impressive for everybody in this grid. Now, we were talking about cars being within the 17s or making it to the 17s on the second stint, where the car is usually more wary than usual. What Joshua Rogers is doing on the long run is nothing short of amazing right now.
And he's worked through the previous stint as well as why, after the new tyres, Lamella has rejoined behind him rather than in front of him. So I think that would say, strategy-wise, the MSI Esports Blue is still in a better position, still ahead, but yeah, Rogers has clawed a little bit of it back, it would seem. It has now put Lamella in this position where he's got to repass to retake second place, and you can see through some of the changes of direction in the braking where the new tyres are good for the Ferrari.
And it looks like it gives him less wheel spin or less stress in the car whenever he's getting out of the turn, especially at the low speed corners, right?
Different onboard, that's a good run. Up the hill, it's right into the slipstream. Will he pass or will he wait? He's thinking he's going to pass. So to take second place back for MSI Esports Blue, Christian Lamella goes down the inside and right back onto the racing line in time for Lacombe and then Melmedy. Not entirely unexpected that move had happened pretty quickly given the tyre differential here at play.
Yeah, and now what Rogers can do with his current pace at the moment, he did it 18-0 at this previous lap, is just ride the draft as best as he can and try to hang on for a few laps and save that fuel, which for him, and if he's battling against against Vecchio and Oscar and even Apex at this current point, it would be amazing to be fast, be efficient on fuel, hit those numbers, and get in the pit lane and then hand it out the car to Metro de Jong.
Williams Esports have now pitted, and that's now everyone from that phase of the pit stops. Red line lead, MSI Esports Blue back into second place and hoping to pull away on this stint with the new tyres. Commander Sim Sport in third from Team Redline Blue, Team Lego Technic Esports Porsche, and Maxime Briant for Apex Racing Team in sixth. And you can see there's a little bit more time, in fact 35 seconds to Bila Racing Team you're on. It's another 30 to Williams Esports. They start to be a little more spread out for a bit there before we've got some of the other battles like the 12th and 13th and 14th and 15th. They're clumped together again.
Yeah, field is pretty much spread apart, and a few unless there's a few spots right in between them. What we might see is this battle between Pure Sims and the Altus Esports car, and it's a little bit of a switchback, right? Because now the car with the better tires is actually Fabio Bisucci's 43 car of Logitech as he goes on the charge of Alex Davidson's Pure Sims car.
Yep, 14th and 15th together on track. The endurance lights for the Lamborghini shining bright. An option that you see in the real world on the Audi that we can't click on the sim, like the more recently developed Lamborghini has that as an option throughout the setup to choose if you want the endurance lighting or not. And why would you not? That cool light bar in the middle of the grille.
I really don't understand. You can never have too much RGB.
Yeah, and the same logic applies.
Yeah, it's kind of like RaceSpot stickers. The more, the merrier. The bigger, the faster, right? So
there's Fabio Bazook there, or at least the ghost thereof.
he's going for the immersion. You guys haven't
He's a
noticed.
bat living in a cave. I don't know how he manages to race entirely with sonar.
That is really...
Even if he had a window open or something, you can tell it's definitely not daytime. In Europe, where we presume he's located.
Yeah, he's from Germany, right? Vasush. Definitely not daylight in there.
If anything, it looked like some kind of found footage horror film or something. But with that aside, he's a much closer to Pure Sims Esports number 16 right now. Right in behind, of course, the Audi and the Lamborghini are the same height. They're basically the same car. One thing I've always found a little interesting is the Lamborghini Huracan road-going car has no vents behind the driver's door, but the Audi R8 does, and the Lamborghini GT3 does. So the GT3 Lamborghini has vents in places that the Lamborghini road car doesn't, but the Audi GT3 and road car do. That's how you know it's kind of a bit of an Audi underneath there.
I've always been told that the only thing they share is the engine is pretty much it.
I think the body panels aren't shared, but some of the stuff underneath in the design, in the platform, very much.
Maybe the electronics and somewhat the dash, because I think both use the Bosch dash. Of course, it is customized differently from one car to the other, but the model I think is pretty much the same.
And the Huracan GT3 has the sort of snorkel air conditioning vent in the dash, which the Evo Audi R8 LMS have as well. The interior looks the same, from the positioning of the air vents to the dash, the steering wheel.
And which is surprising for me. It looks like a little bit of the I want to say the Porsche has that snorkel like vent as well. As we have a spinner in the field.
Right, we had a spin for the other Biela racing car that took them out of the race about 3 hours ago, but for the 46 running in 7th, Justin Prince, who'll be taking over the commentary duties later on, noted that they had a spin here for Sven Haase in the 46, has done it. It wasn't through Puon, which has actually been a difficult spot for quite a few teams. Oh, that's a weird little place into Lafanya for the rear to let go. Didn't even look like he was on the grass or the curb too much. What do you see as having happened there?
It's interesting for me because you can lose control on the entry of the corner. It's not like you're taking grass or anything. It's just that you want to be as the inside of the corner during the piff path corners, especially during the transition from the right to left turns. Even though the rejoin over there was a little bit shoddy, but it's fine and nobody got injured at the end of the day. But whenever you are actually into the transition towards the right hand side, the car can get loose during transition, especially with these mid-engine cars like the Audi, or rear-engine cars. So it's a little bit tricky for you to negotiate how you go into these corner entries. So not surprised to see the Audi get loose on that entry, especially with Van Haas's driving style as well, which is very aggressive.
He must have a really big button for the headlight flasher as well, because, well, either that or he hit it on accident trying to go hand over hand to recover the car, or it's mapped to, you know, using his brake pedal at 100% or something, because the headlight flasher definitely came on as he was going for that spin as well. Maybe turned in a little bit too late and then gave it too much steering input to try to get it to the apex, and the rear was not delighted with that. He's made it cleanly through that section of track this time though, and somewhere did we see Fabio get around Pure Sims?
He is in front. You want to confirm if it was yeah, it was on this lap, looks like it, lap 299. I just want to see if the move was actually done at the Camel Straight. 298, apologies, on the previous lap. But it looks like it wasn't the Camel.
So here's the replay, that pass for 14th place. Again, absolutely no defense from Pure Sims there, really. And down the inside, intentions made very well clear from Altus, and they get to slide onto the racing line and then take 14th spot away. Again, one of those battles where there's a little bit of a tire difference going on, like we saw for second and third with MSI Esports Blue against VRS Commander SimSport. This is a case of the longer stop for the tyres, put Altus behind. Now on the track through the actual racing section of the stint, they get to use those newer tyres to move forward.
Yeah, but for now, I think it is not going to be good for Basush to stay behind Justin Brunner in the MB Racing Esports Nordic car, because the last lap for Brunner, his first lap, quick lap, was actually a 219. So staying as behind as much as possible on that Ferrari kind of damages the timing for Basush to try to get closer towards the next car in his gridding, which is Thibaut Kalsbon in the RVG Esports, which is on used tires.
There's about 5 seconds to the next car for position. Well, second and third, Christian Lamella was kind of getting away a little bit from Josh Rogers, but now their times have both flattened out at mid-ish 217s, it would seem. That's Arnage that MSI are going to want to get past when they can.
But again, seeing Rogers be within the same reach as Lamella, and Lamella is on newer tires and Josh just following it suit. Of course, there is Arnage cars right in front of him, but Rogers worked, again, really good job in that. I don't know if can you say you put a yellow alert on MSI because you might be in danger of losing P2 on the long run over here?
Well, think about the next pit stop coming up for both of them. It's going to be 30 seconds longer for Coanda than MSI. So at the start of the next stint, MSI are going to be 30 seconds ahead, but with the old tyres, and then if things stay level, then they'll be back like this again for the stint after that. So the net lead on strategy for MSI Esports Blue is still 25 seconds or so, but it was a little more than that, and it is being eroded away. With still 12 hours to go, they've got to really keep an eye on that and really try to manage the tyre wear and the pace difference to Coanda. The one thing that might save MSI Esports Blue on this though is what I was talking about through the last phase of the pit stops about the fuel mileage and which teams are looking like they're going to be a 23 stop strategy, which teams are looking like they're going to be a 22 stop strategy. Coanda and that Porsche are still looking like 23 stops, whereas MSI Esports Blue definitely one of the teams that I think can do 22 stops in this race. So it might end up being possible that right at the end of the race, the Porsche has to make a pit stop with 20 minutes to go, while MSI Esports will have already cleared their final stop at that point. MSI might have one less stop between now and the end of the race compared to Coanda.
And the only thing we have to talk about that pit stop, that short pit stop, is the hypothetical the gap that the cars that have to do that extra pit stop might have on the competitors that are on the 22 pit stops, right? So depending on circumstances, if you have like 30-40 seconds for and going in for a short fuel, it might be, I'm not gonna say it might be enough, but it might put your race into some dangerous check of maybe losing 1, 2, maybe 3 spots depending on circumstances due to track position. It's interesting.
Yeah, basically MSI Esports have got a better lead than what it looks like at the moment, but it is being slowly and consistently eroded away all this time. That Rogers has been in the car for Coanda. He's of course been a little bit of a sensation there.
And it's also good to see MSI doing real strong on a GT event like this, because I think, of course, they had really good results in past with Alejandro Sanchez, South Islands as well. But I think GT feel the last time we see them have a really good running was not in SCO, was other leagues, but seeing them do really good over here so far, it's good to see the Spanish outing putting up a strong outing and some strong results so far.
Now Lamella's got the window open there. I don't imagine that heater below it gets a lot of use this time of year.
I had a conversation with someone from Barcelona, and they said, and the individual said that it was it was afternoon. It was 32 degrees Celsius. I do have the individual over here right now is only 12 degrees. It is hot over here in comparison to what I had the other days.
Got to get out one of those like world news broadcast things where they do the weather forecast for all the world capitals, and we can just zoom in on Europe and see what everyone's weather looks like.
Yeah. Open up like the RaceSpot weather report, and see and have like dots on every single driver in the field, and just the numbers showcasing how hot or how cold it is for the drivers at specific places.
Currently warmer in winter in Brisbane right now in the morning than it is in Berlin right now. I just picked a random European capital, went with Berlin. I was like, oh, what's their weather like right now compared to here. It's 23 today. Well, right now in Brisbane, headed for a high of a little more.
23 and you're in winter.
Yeah, I think it's like winter in like inverted commas or like in italics or something.
You're making a strong case why my mom says sometimes I have to move to Australia.
2032, baby, let's go.
It's because like all week long over here I had weather like 2-3 minimal, like in Celsius, 2-3 degrees minimal. Even at a point I had a day like 0 Celsius degrees, so I do feel you. I do feel very envious of you right now with those kind of weathers.
This course sim racing right up behind ASR Able Esports, like they've actually been for a couple laps, and that's because they're not super keen on making the overtake. They are super keen on using the slipstream to save a little bit of fuel. Story of everyone's race, all so far. Maybe we'll get to the very final stint of this race, and we'll see everyone going absolutely hell for leather. A couple of minutes left in this segment of the YouTube broadcast on RaceSpotTV for the Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. If you are watching on Twitch, it should be uninterrupted. If you're watching on YouTube shortly, you're going to want to check the RaceSpot channel or the YouTube comments section for the link to the hours 12 to 18 segment. We're also going to be joined by some new talent in that segment of the race, the third quarter, if you will. That link is in the chat right now. So, Lorenzo, real quick, over this last 6 hours of the race or so, who's been a big winner? Who's moved forward or who's impressed you?
I want to say maybe the one that impressed me the most might have been MSI Red, and also the Vila Aeronix, where they've been staying in the feud. But the downside, of course, has to be Apex and Maxime not being able to put the same lap as their teammates. But still, a whole lot of race to go. We have a little bit more than 12 hours left in this race, and I can't wait to see how we're gonna be. How am I going to break this down with Justin in a little bit?
Yeah, I reckon Josh Rogers' pace has impressed me pretty well through this last couple hours. Zach Campbell, when he was in the Apex Lamborghini, it really looked like they were going to run away with third place for a bit there. That could still happen. I've got to assume Zach Campbell has still got a couple more stints in the car saved up for later on. So I think still anyone's game for sort of second through to sixth, and then some other great battles around the top 10 where there's still prize money up for grabs. You can get into the top 10, you can pick yourself up a bit of that prize money on offer. That's what a lot of the teams are here for. And then other teams are here to just battle against the teams that are the best to then prove themselves. We're going to ride on board now with Williams Esports Josh Thompson, and for our viewers on YouTube, click across to the third part now. For our viewers on Twitch, enjoy this onboard. I've been David Haynes, and you'll hear me again later on in the broadcast.